guess 4 or 5 people, but I think we had a couple people who might be absent. So once we take roll, we'll know.
Okay.
Alright. Let me double check that we're live stream ready, because we want to make sure that anyone joining just to watch can actually see us. Looks like that's up. Let me double check it, and then we can get started.
Okay.
Yep, it's working.
Okay.
Let's get this party started.
Okay. Get back to the Zoom. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Cecilia Jones, your 24-25 chair. I am the director of financial aid at Jarvis Christian University, and we will officially call this meeting to order. Someone, okay, all right. Sorry, I had a message across. I had to get that off. Welcome to our committee members, especially our new committee members. Thank you for joining. And those of you who are on live stream, we welcome you as well. A few etiquette things that I want to go over and remind you of is to, because the meeting is a live stream, we need you to stay muted until you need to talk. Use the hand raise feature. And committee members, we ask that you please have your camera on when possible. And do not use the online chat, because those viewing live stream can't see your chat. So just raise your hand if you need to say anything. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick roll call. First, I am here. Balette Leaf Green.
Here.
I know Leah is here. She stepped away. Mary Escobar.
Here.
Heather Fountain.
Here.
Michelle Hill. Okay, Jackie Kelly.
Here.
Is it Scott Lapinski? Is
Here.
that, did I say that right? Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Gabby Leon.
I'm here.
Okay. Linda McKendry.
Here.
Rebecca Marino Ordano.
Here.
Erica Ramos.
Here.
Tanya Richardson Dean. And I know Lisa Shobron is not here. Beth Tolan. Amy Wilson.
Here.
Denise Welch.
Here.
Shannon Crosland.
Here.
Debbie Richmond.
Here.
Letitia Addison.
Here.
Sandra Moore.
Here.
Okay. Denise Elisario. Please help me with that, like,
Yeah,
if she's here. Okay. Cassandra Heslip.
Here.
And our student representative, I know I cannot pronounce her name. Is she here? For Zana? Okay.
Yeah, I don't see her on yet.
Okay.
I think she was planning on it, so we'll check back. And just to circle back, I am here because I know I stepped away for a second. And then Beth Tolan, I see you on. I didn't hear when they called your name, so I just
Yeah, I
confirming.
called her name, but she's on.
Yes,
Yes.
sorry, my
Okay.
microphone wasn't working. I didn't
No
realize.
worries.
No,
Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will consider approval for the minutes right now. Hopefully you've had a chance, the committee members have had a chance to review those minutes. And do you have any questions or any changes? Are there any changes needed? I don't see any hands raised. Anyone? Okay, seeing none, then we will consider the minutes approved. Okay, we will get to our agenda items. The first thing on our agenda today is to introduce our new FAAC members. When I call your name, if you could tell where you're from. Tell us a little bit about yourself. First on the list is Shannon Crosland.
Good morning, Shannon Crossland, Director, Student Financial Services at Frank Phillips College. I am also the Associate Vice President of Institutional Compliance at the college.
Welcome. Debbie Richmond.
Hi, I work for Education is Freedom, a nonprofit that goes into area high schools, and I'm an assistant director with the company.
Welcome. Letitia Addison.
Good morning. I am the Executive Director of Student Financial Success at Texas Southern University. I oversee financial aid scholarships and Veterans Affairs in our University Call Center. I apologize for my camera. I'm not able to turn it on for some reason. I'm working on that. Thank y'all.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Sandra Moore.
Good morning, Sandra Moore. I am the College Career and Military Readiness Coordinator with Amarillo Independent School District.
Welcome. Denise Ellis.
Elisenia.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
I'm the senior manager here at Texas State Technical College in the financial aid department.
Welcome. Cassandra Heslop.
Good morning. I'm Cassandra Heslop. I'm Associate Director of Financial Aid here at the University of Houston Clear Lake.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Did anyone see our student representative on? Fazana?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. Again, welcome to all of our new FAAC members. Do we want to introduce ourselves to them so that they can know who we are? The other members, again, I am Cecilia Jones, Director of Financial Aid at Jarvis Christian College in Hawkins, Texas. We're a small HBCU. Millette?
Hi guys, I'm Millette Leaf Green. I'm Director of Financial Aid at UT Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas, which is a graduate professional only institution. So I'm super glad to be serving. I'm also past chair of this body. So welcome everybody.
Leah?
Good morning. My name is Leah Smalley. I'm Senior Policy Director at the Coordinating Board. I've been with the agency for 8.5 years and also been involved in Financial Aid Advisory Committee for pretty much the entire time I've worked here. So happy to see a lot of familiar faces and new faces, and we're excited to have you. So welcome.
Mary Escobar.
Hi, I'm the Associate Director for Financial Aid at Angelo State University and like to welcome everybody on board.
Heather Fountain.
Hi, I'm the Senior Associate Director of Processing and Continuous Improvement at Texas A&M University. I am also the TASFA Subcommittee Chair.
Michelle, no, she's not here. Jackie Kelly.
I was here.
Oh, there you are. Hey, Michelle Hill.
Hey, I'm Michelle Hill. I am the Director of Financial Aid at Alamo Colleges. So welcome, everyone.
Jackie Kelly.
Hi, I'm the Director of Financial Aid at Kilgore College.
Scott Lipinski.
Hi, I'm Scott Lipinski. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Enrollment Management and the Director of Financial Aid at University of Texas Permian Basin, and I'm also the Chair of the Legislative Committee.
Gabby Leon.
Hi, I'm Gabriela Leon, Financial Aid Director at Alvin Community College. Welcome, everyone.
Linda McKendry.
Hi, I'm Linda McKendry. I'm the Dean of Scholarships and Financial Aid at University of St. Thomas. I had to think where I worked. It's been a long year. University of St. Thomas in Houston.
Hey, Rebecca Marino.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Moreno Adorno. I am the Associate Director for the College Advising Corps at TCU in Fort Worth. Welcome, everyone.
Erica Ramos.
My mute button was hiding from me. Apologies. Hello, everyone. My name is Erica Dene Ramos, and I am a high school counselor working with seniors in the FAR San Juan Alamo ISD, which I think my amiga Denise from TSDC were neighbors, and I am really, really excited to work with you guys. Thank you.
Did Tanya Richardson join us? And Lisa is not here. Beth Tolan.
Hi, I'm Beth Tolan. I'm the Associate Vice President over the area of Financial Aid and Scholarships at the University of North Texas. I've been part of this committee for about a year, and I'm the chair of the Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee. And welcome, everyone.
Okay, Amy Wilson.
Hi, good morning. Amy Wilson, Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at Sam Houston State University. I've also been on the committee for a year and am excited to welcome all the new folks.
Thank you. And Denise Welch.
Good morning. My name is Denise Welch, and I'm the Director of Financial Aid at Panola College. My role on this committee this year is the representative of TASFA as TASFA President. However, this will be my last meeting for this committee as I roll off as TASFA President. Welcome all the new ones, and I know you guys will have a great year.
I think that is everyone. So we will move to our next agenda item. We'll have an update for prior business with Leah Smiley.
Thank you, Cecilia. We do not have any prior business. So one of the things we decided to do in this time slot for this purpose was just to, last meeting, we did discuss the fact that we had new members coming on, and that, in this September meeting, we would be talking about new vice chair and doing that vote. And so what I'm doing right now is planting the seed for later in this meeting. We will be putting out our notice to find out if anyone wants to be in that position, so that we can do a quick nomination vote. So in prior meetings, sometimes people are caught off guard. So we wanted to give y'all a few hours to mull it over to see, as this person moves into the role, they would be on the committee as the chair after Cecilia leaves. So Right now, Millette is the past chair, but Cecilia moved into the chair role. So now we're looking for a vice chair. So later on in the meeting, we'll be doing that. So keep that in mind. I think we have some people who have expressed interest. So we just wanted to make sure the entire committee is aware of this opportunity. Also, later in the meeting, we will be discussing the subcommittee. So we want to make sure that we have a chair representative for each of those. And so we'll be discussing those options. And so we wanted to make you aware that that is a kind of a subset of the committee that meets, pretty much quarterly before the actual FAAC to talk about different activities such as TASFA, different operational pieces, or things that we need to have conversations with the institutions, the ISDs and other representatives and stakeholders. And so it's a good opportunity if you're interested in one of those subcommittees. And then I think that is it. So again, just planting the seed for later on the agenda. We will be circling back. So we wanted to give people an opportunity to think about your possibility of taking on one of those roles as either vice chair or to be the chair of one of our subcommittees. And so we will do that at a later point. So we can move on to the next item, Cecilia, and then I believe.
Thank you, Lena.
Sure.
Our next agenda item is an external relations update from John Wyatt. Is he on with us?
Here.
Oh,
I am here.
hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you who are new to the committee, I haven't had the chance to address before. My name is John Wyatt. I am Senior Director of External Relations at the Coordinating Board. And in that role, I work with the legislature on higher education policy and funding. So as I'm sure you're all aware, we have a session of the legislature coming up in just 4 short months. So that's a little quicker than I think many of us are particularly comfortable with, but it's coming whether we like it or not. And even less than that, in 2 months, in early November, pre-filing will begin. And that's the first opportunity for legislators to introduce the bills that they want to have considered during the session. So right now we're kind of wrapping up the interim period, that period between sessions. As you may know, during the interim, Senate and House committees received interim charges. So those were specific topics that the Senate and House wanted their committees to look into in advance of the session so that they could potentially make recommendations for items for the legislature to consider. On the House side, the House Higher Education Committee has actually not met to consider their interim charges. At this point, it's unlikely that they are going to meet. We did have the chairman of the committee was not successful in his primary campaign. Several other members of the committee will not be returning. So it's probably unlikely that we're going to see the House Higher Education Committee make any recommendations on those interim charges. On the Senate side, the Lieutenant Governor introduced a second round of interim charges just earlier this week. So the Senate Higher Education Subcommittee, which is currently a subcommittee of the Education Committee, is actually going to have a hearing later this month on September 24th. In which they are going to consider interim charges and any potential recommendations that they are going to want to make. And then, of course, we will also have an election between now and the end of the year. I don't think anyone's anticipating any big changes on the Senate side. There may be some changes on the House side. We do know that there will be a speaker's race on the House side. There have already been several members who have declared their candidacies for speaker. So that's going to be one of the first things they're going to have to do when they come in is decide who the speaker is going to be. So some uncertainties going forward about kind of what the legislature is going to look like, kind of what the priorities are going to be, who's going to be chairing what committees, who's going to be on what committees. As I mentioned, we certainly know there's going to be a new higher education chair in the House. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that to see how that shakes out. The other item I would just bring up is our legislative appropriations request. So the agency submitted our legislative appropriations request, our LAR, back in August. And as part of that, we were able to make exceptional item requests. And those are requests for additional funding beyond our base budget. We had 3 exceptional item requests that we included. One was for supporting research activity at our institutions. One was based around funding for data modernization and kind of IT infrastructure at the coordinating board. But our number one priority, as it always is, was financial aid and requesting additional financial aid funds to ensure that we continue to support our students in higher education. The specific ask we had this time was based around portability and predictability. So those were kind of the 2 key elements that we really wanted to reflect in this funding request. And there were kind of three elements in regards to our major financial aid programs: Texas Grant, TEOG, and TEG. So we wanted to request funding, first of all, to make sure that those programs continue to serve at least 70% of eligible students. As you know, that's where Texas Grant has kind of been historically. The legislature made a significant investment in TEOG last session to bring them up to 70%. So our goal is that with the growth of enrollment, with the increasing numbers of financially needy students enrolling in higher education, that we continue to meet that, at the minimum, meet that threshold of serving 70% of our eligible students. We also requested funding based around having sufficient funds to be able to ensure that all top 25% students are able to receive a Texas Grant or a TEOG award. So this was something we wanted to make sure that those funds were available so that those students in high school who graduate in the top 25% know that they are going to have state grant funding available to them when they go on to college. We thought that was a very important way to make sure that students understand that if they excel academically, if they work hard, there is going to be funding there for them from the state of Texas to make sure that they're able to attend. And then kind of the third pillar we worked our request around was ensuring that we had sufficient funding so that TEOG students who transfer to a university will receive Texas grants as renewal students. So making sure that that transfer pathway ensures that not only are they able to transfer, but they're able to access the Texas Grant Program as renewal students and continue to receive state funding. We also, as part of that, requested funding so that baccalaureate students at community colleges would be eligible for TEOG. There were also a couple of other smaller components. We did request additional funding for the Texas Leadership Scholars Program. As you may know, that's a new program that is enrolling cohorts right now. We wanted to request additional funding to continue to enroll additional cohorts in the program. And then also some additional funding for the Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program to kind of push up that maximum award that's available through that program. So when you add all that together, what we're talking about is an additional $340 million for the biennium across all of those financial aid programs. So we will be, we submitted that to the legislature. We will be having a hearing on our budget later this month. So that'll be our first chance to testify and answer any questions that the legislators may have. And then, of course, we'll be working throughout the session to push to make sure that those funds are available for our financial aid programs. So I feel like I've talked a lot. Let me kind of stop right there, and I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any comments or feedback y'all might have.
I see Erica Ramos, the hand raised. Go ahead, Eric.
Hi there. Yes, I didn't realize that we were trying to expand the Texas leadership cohorts, and you are my new best friend. I am so excited.
So,
That scholarship.
And to be clear, so I think the goal is to continue to enroll additional cohorts in the same numbers. But of course, as you enroll a cohort, you still got to support that previous cohort. So this is an issue we have with a lot of our new programs is you stair step initially. So the funding has to kind of go up year on year. But yes, we strongly support that program, and we're going to continue to push to make sure the funding's there to enroll continuous cohorts.
It was such a deal breaker for so many of my students this past year. I don't think we, at the high school level, truly, at least I can speak for myself, truly understood and thoroughly respected what they were truly bringing to the table. And it was life-changing to see so many of my students who were able to get full ride scholarships to their schools of choice and not just the one that they could afford and enroll there. It was amazing. May was awesome because of this program. So I'm excited at the possibility of continuing on and seeing future cohorts.
That is fantastic feedback for me to have, because again, as I said, we're going to have to make the case to the legislature and continue to make the case as the process goes forward. So one thing I want to be able to do is, as we have these meetings and even between meetings, continue to get feedback from y'all on what's working, what isn't working. How can we better inform the legislature about the benefits of our financial aid programs?
Sign me up. Anything you need, anything I can do to help, I am on board. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
Well, thank you, Erica.
Is there anyone else? Checking for hand raised. Okay, seeing none, guess we can move. Thank you, John.
Thank y'all. Have a great day.
For that update. Thank you. Our next agenda item is a discussion, financial aid priority application date. And we'll have Charles Quintero Plus to come on.
Thank you. For those of you who haven't met me virtually, I'm Charles Quintero Pulse, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs here at the Coordinating Board, and wanted to get on the agenda for this meeting to get all of your feedback on the financial aid priority application date in light of the Department of Education's announcement that rather than launching fully in October, they'll be doing their kind of slow beta out rollout so that by December 1st, it's available to all students. Last year, we actually, due to the delays in the FAFSA, we updated our rule that provides the commissioner with the opportunity, if needed, to adjust the financial aid priority date in exigent circumstances. We pushed it out 2 times last year, first to March 15th and then to April 15th, given the rollout. But wanted to check in with everyone as to what your thoughts are. The rule is that January 15th is the priority deadline, keeping in mind that the technical way that rule rolls out is that it's specifically applicable to the general academic teaching institutions. Community colleges and private institutions are encouraged to use it, but it is only required of the general academic teaching institutions, and it is also just a priority application date. It is not a guarantee of funding, nor is it a statement that if you apply after, you don't get funding. We realize that every institution of higher education has different student populations, student characteristics, etc. And so how the priority application date rolls out on your particular campus may be different than how it rolls out on other campuses. But that's kind of long-winded background getting to the specific question of, given the Department of Ed's indication that the FAFSA won't be available to all applicants until sometime between now and December 1st, do people feel that the agency should consider making any adjustments to the financial aid priority application date for the 25-26 application cycle?
Go ahead, Debbie.
Thank you. I mentioned this at the introductory meeting. I do feel it should be pushed back. But then it was an interesting question posed to me. What date? Excellent point to think about and reflect upon. When talking with my organization, we agreed that February 15th was a happy compromise between, pushing it later than January 15th to allow for more students to reach that priority deadline, but not too far that it affected the institutions in developing and getting those reports and ICERs and everything that's needed to process financial aid, that hopefully it would be enough time for more institutions to be able to provide that in March like they used to. The reason being is with a December 1 rollout, and if we're lucky, and if we're luckier before that, we only have 2 weeks that are right before finals to work with students. We all know that financial aid comes out and the system crashes. There's obstacles they didn't foresee. And I understand that the beta test will help with that, but it might not fully help with it once we invite the country to do it. And then the students are off for 2.5 weeks with winter break. Yes, they can work on it. Yes, some advisors will be working during that time, but it allows a reasonable amount of time for more people to be able to meet that priority deadline.
Okay, Erica.
I completely agree with Miss Debbie. Literally every single point that she made was something that I also was agreeing with. Even from the high school standpoint, I think it's responsible and appropriate, and it's a happy compromise for everyone involved. Couldn't agree more.
Okay, Beth.
I agree that it would be helpful to move it out. I think having that earlier date creates a lot of panic. And that's also the start of spring semesters. So it just would create, I think, an awful lot of panic when we probably wouldn't have a lot of time for all students to apply. I think February 15th sounds very reasonable for funding, and also for students to start getting those award packages while they're still in high school is very, very helpful. I think we all saw some impacts of what this extreme delay without having that peer support, their advisor support around them. So I think February 15th would be great.
Anyone else? Okay, Heather.
So I think after speaking with people at my institution, we also agree that it needs to be pushed back. We had initially talked about internally pushing it back, like recommending March 15th, because that would be more in line with when the FAFSA opened October 1, what the January 15th priority date was. So it would give students essentially 3.5 months to turn in the FAFSA to meet the priority date. If the FAFSA is opening December 1, then March 15th would give them about 3.5 months again to do that. But in listening to the other people talk, I am leaning more towards February 15th, especially since this year we did have to push it back. It got pushed back again. If we did February 15th up front, with the hope that there are minimal issues with the opening of the 25-26 FAFSA. But then, if we do run into extenuating circumstances with issues from the FAFSA, then that would potentially allow us to push it back again to March 15th without causing major disruptions to institutions' awarding timelines, and then also still allowing time for those students to get those financial aid packages while they're still in high school, so that they can work with their high school counselors.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Amy?
Yeah, I'm with Heather. We had also discussed about 3/15, using that as our date, but I do like 2/15 for funding concerns that I've had for our students. I also like pushing it from January 15th to February 15th because that also assists us with returning student population. I know we're focused on a lot of new students, but for us, those returning students, especially if the FAFSA isn't opening in December, they're focused on finals. And so it's very hard to get their attention to attend workshops, regardless of what kind of food we offer or what we, might potentially try to influence them with. So giving us that opportunity to extend to February 15th gives us opportunity to meet with them when they do return in the spring semester, that early part of February, and we can assist them with getting their renewal FAFSAs completed as well.
Anyone else? I have a question for the group. Are any of you planning to participate in the beta processing? Any of the institution? Letitia?
I am considering it. My only concern is the testing of the ISARs once they pull them in. And if Banner will be ready for that. So that's my only concern with even volunteering, is if Banner's going to be ready to take in that information, but I am considering it.
Okay. Thanks. Debbie?
Yes, my company was selected as part of a beta tester, which I'm thoroughly excited to see how that works.
Oh, okay. Great. Erica?
My high school is also considering participating, but I'm a bit cautious with it only because I can already foresee there's going to be selected sampling. In other words, I have a quota, 20, 25, 30, 35 students, and I'm going to pick the ones that I think are going to go well. I'm not going to actively shoot for this is the hardest case possible, and let me pony that one up. I really am going to try to meet, whatever quota of testing, but most of us are going to end up trying to work with the ones that are easier, which I think is going to give the impression during the beta testing that everything's smooth. But for me, I already know which ones I'm going to struggle with. It's going to be my students whose parents are undocumented. And that is not something I'm going to be able to say, we're going to press submit today and participate in the beta test, and we're going to see how this goes. So much goes into being able to press submit, especially with the undocumented parents part. And that it won't be reflected in the beta test per se, because all of the crying and the suffering happens beforehand trying to get there.
Mm-hmm.
So, I like the idea and I'm considering it, but at the same time, I also realize that it might not be a true reflection of what many of us are going to truly experience once it goes live for everybody.
Okay. Debbie, did you change your mind?
Well, I guess I wanted to say, if we don't deal with the harder cases during the beta phase, is it really helpful?
Right.
I mean,
okay, I got you. Anyone else have any comments or questions? Okay, Charles, you want to?
Well, then before we wrap up,
okay,
I will connect with the commissioner to see whether or not, or kind of see what the thought process is on how we want to move forward with this, bring all the feedback forward on this. I'm hearing February 15th. And before I sign off here, just want to check as to whether there's anyone in the committee that has concerns about the February 15th date. Because I don't want to present to the commissioner that, the Financial Aid Advisory Committee was all supportive of this date if any of you are kind of holding back and not acknowledging concerns.
Anyone have any concerns?
No, just speaking for Alamo Colleges, no, we would totally be in support of it.
Don't see any hands.
Great, then I will connect with the commissioner and see what we can do about the potential to move that date from January 15th to February 15th. As part of the rules, the Texas Administrative Code, if we make a change, we do make sure that we announce that, get that onto our website, send that information out to make sure that we have informed as many people as we can about that change. But we don't have access to all of the students, and so we're kind of reliant on getting the information out to schools and counselors and things like that, so that then folks can disseminate that information further. So, but I appreciate all of your input today. Oh, sorry, just saw a hand from Debbie.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to mention it, but since you kind of led me there, I've noticed, had a thought last night that this information about TASFA, the information about financial aid from the state, even the House Bill 3 logo and information, has never really, at least at my level, been communicated from the state in form of social media, posters, flyers that the districts can then roll out to their student populations to spread awareness. So as we go forward, I would love to think about that concept. Federal student aid addressed the social media platforms and the spreading awareness. A couple of years ago, they totally revamped their look and their approach, which to me has been has worked very well, in addition to their toolkits and things like that. And I know that we've done some of that, but we haven't really done the marketing. And so this is an area that maybe we can come back to that I think we should really think about to spread this kind of awareness, not only the date change, but why we do it in the first place, why it's a graduation requirement, why it's helpful to have something to help reduce the fear that a lot of the families have about giving that personal information away.
That's something I can definitely take to our college and career advising division within the agency. We as an agency have really, for lack of a better term, gone all in on our My Texas Future platform, which is really where we're trying to push all information about college going. And I will definitely provide that feedback to them so that they can be thinking about ways that My Texas Future, as well as our suite of on-course products that are available to students as well as to counselors and the like, and what can we do in those areas. So I will definitely provide that feedback to them. Thank you. And we look forward to trying to load some of the ICERs into our system based on the work that Education is Freedom will be doing to get some Texas students filling those out. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all for that discussion. Right now, before we start our next agenda item, another one of our committee members joined, Ms. Dean. I wanted her to introduce herself to the new committee members and to tell where she's from.
morning. I do apologize for my lateness this morning. My name is Tanya Richardson Dean. I'm the Director of Financial Aid and Veteran Services at Trinity Valley Community College. Our main campus is in Athens, Texas.
And our student representative joined us. Is she still here? Yeah, she's here. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi. Sure. All of you know me, but I don't know. Maybe some of you are new. Sorry for being late. That's what I was missing. So I'm Farzana Fuladi. I'm from UTURGV. I'm third year PhD student in management. And I would be happy to respond to your question. I read the agenda and honestly, I had some opinion, but now I prefer just to listen to see what is the workflow, what do you do, what is the standard, like, for example, the date that you discussed, February 15. My impression is it's early. I would prefer someone in between so a student have time, but I think it's my opinion. So what I get from today, I have to talk with like professional people in this field in my university first for these kind of discussions. Yeah, but I think if I feel like I have to give some personal opinion, I would, but I prefer to be that voice of others rather than voice of me. So if you allow today, I just be a good observer.
Okay. Welcome. Okay. Agenda item 7. We'll have a presentation now. Loan repayment programs. We are Center Manager 2 Loan Repayment Programs. HECB. Are you ready, Miss Maria?
I sure am. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm super excited to be here to share some information on student loan repayment program assistance. This is the area that I'm currently the manager over. And so we recently had a lot of different changes in this area as a result of the previous legislative session. And so I'm here today to really share information. You all are in very critical roles within your access to students, whether that's high school students, college students, or students in graduate and professional programs. This provides them the opportunity to have a resource to help pay down that student loan debt. We all know that, of course, there are financial barriers to students attaining their higher education pursuits, and sometimes student loans are the only option for a lot of students, and there's a lot of anxiety surrounding that, student loans in general, and of course, we all know the discourse around that. So having this as a resource, in my experience, has greatly helped students to alleviate some of that financial pressure, but also some of that anxiety around the financial aid process. So let's go ahead and get started. So in today's presentation, we're going to go over a general overview of the loan repayment assistance programs. Then I've gone ahead and separated out our programs based on their different populations. So we've got educational loan repayment assistance programs, we've got healthcare loan repayment assistance programs, workforce loan repayment assistance programs, as well as some opportunities for us to continue to engage and stay connected. And then, of course, some time to answer some questions. So let's go ahead and jump in. So a general loan repayment assistance program, or LRAP overview, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board administers 8 loan repayment assistance programs. The purpose of these programs is to encourage qualified professionals to serve in high-needs professions within education, healthcare, and the workforce in the state of Texas. Our current programs are the Teach for Texas, the Math and Science Scholars, Nurse Faculty, physician education, mental health professionals, nurse, state loan repayment program, and peace officer loan repayment assistance program. Now, for our programs, again, as I mentioned, the purpose is to encourage qualified professionals to serve in these different areas within education, healthcare, and workforce. Now, we do that by providing applicants funding directly to their student loan account to pay down those student loans. So these loans can be federal, they can be private, or they could be their state Cal loans as well. And again, we provide the funds directly to the student loan lenders. The student does not have to be the middleman for that. Additionally, participation in our programs does not disqualify them for the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, or PSLF. So applicants can actually participate in them simultaneously, or depending on their student loan balance, one of our programs may completely pay off their loans before they complete the 120 payments for PSLF. So to start off, let's go into some of our educational loan repayment assistance programs. Our first program is going to be the Teach for Texas Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Eligibility requirements require applicants to be certified in a critical shortage teaching field. These fields are determined by Department of Education and TEA every year. It also requires that applicants be currently teaching full-time, be a certified educator currently teaching in a critical shortage campus, and have taught for 1 year full-time at the time of application. Teachers may qualify for up to $11,000 per year for a period up to 5 years. The application for period for this program is currently April 1st through May 31st. Our next program is the Math and Science Scholars Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Eligibility requirements require that an applicant have completed an undergraduate or graduate program in mathematics or science, have graduated with a cumulative GPA of a minimum of a 3.0, be certified to teach math or science in a Texas public school, have secured an employment contract as a full-time classroom teacher to teach math or science, and be a U.S. citizen. For this program, teachers may qualify for up to $13,000 a year for a period of up to 8 years. The application period for this program is May 1st through June 30th. And lastly, our last educational loan repayment program is the Nursing Faculty Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Eligibility requirements for this program require that an applicant hold a master's or a doctoral degree in nursing, be licensed by the Texas Board of Nursing, and have been employed for at least 1 year and be currently employed as a faculty member of a nursing program at the time of application. For this program, nurses may qualify for up to $7,000 per year for a period of up to 5 years. Effective this year, prorated awards are available for a full year of part-time employment as well. The application period for this program is May 1st through June 30th. Now, excuse me, now that we've covered our educational loan repayment assistance programs, let's go ahead and move into the healthcare professionals loan repayment assistance programs. Our first program is the Physician Education Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Eligibility requirements for this program require that an applicant be practicing in an approved primary care specialty, have completed at least 1 year of qualifying service, be a U.S. citizen or a legal permanent resident, be fully licensed by the Texas Medical Board, agree to provide 4 years of consecutive service, provide direct patient care to Medicaid and/or CHIP enrollees, and not be currently fulfilling another obligation to provide service. For this program, physicians may qualify for up to $60,000 a year for a period of up to 4 years. For this program, applications are accepted year-round. Our next healthcare professionals program is the Mental Health Professionals Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Eligibility requirements for this program require that a professional be practicing in an eligible practice specialty, provide direct patient care to an eligible patient population, provide services at an eligible facility, have completed at least 1 year of qualifying service, be a U.S. citizen or a legal permanent resident, not be currently fulfilling another obligation to provide mental health services, and agree to provide 3 years of consecutive service. For this program, professionals may qualify for up to $26,666 a year for a period of up to 3 years. For this program, applications are also accepted year-round. Our next program is one that we recently just launched and are very excited about. This is going to be our Nurse Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Eligibility requirements require that a nurse currently be working as a nurse in Texas as a licensed vocational nurse, a registered nurse, or an advanced practice nurse. Applicants must have also been working as a nurse in Texas for at least 1 year and be currently licensed by the Texas Board of Nursing as an LVN, RN, or APRN with no restrictions. For this program, nurses may qualify for an award up to $16,000 a year for a period of up to 3 years. For this program, applications are accepted year-round. And lastly, while this program is not necessarily a state-funded program, this is a federally funded program that we currently administer, and that is the State Loan Repayment Program. Eligibility requirements for this program provide funding to licensed professionals working in medicine, dentistry, nursing, clinical work, and counseling. This program requires that applicants be a U.S. citizen or a naturalized citizen. It also requires that applicants not have an outstanding contractual obligation for any of the following areas, which would include other medicine-based contractual obligations. So a lot of times when doctors are going through medical school, they can incur certain service obligations that way. This program also requires that applicants agree to provide 2 consecutive years of full-time or part-time service in a federally designated health professional shortage area, or a HPSA. For this program, professionals may qualify for an award of up to $25,000 a year for a period of up to 2 years. For this program, applications are accepted during the grant period. That will now take us over to our workforce-related loan repayment assistance programs. This program is going to be our Peace Officer Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Eligibility requirements for this program require that an applicant meet the definition of a peace officer as listed in Article 2.12 of the Texas Code. It also requires that applicants be initially appointed on or after September 1st, 2019 as a peace officer. It also requires that applicants have earned at least 60 semester credit hours or the equivalent in Texas prior to their initial appointment as a peace officer. It also requires that applicants be currently employed and have completed at least 1 year of employment as a full-time peace officer in the state of Texas. For this program, the award amount is set at up to $4,000 per year for a period of up to 5 years, or 20% of their total student loan balance at the time of application. For this program, applications are accepted year-round. So I know that we covered a lot of information very fast, and that was intentional. We wanted this to be just a general overview so that as you continue to work with your students, that you can let them know about these opportunities that are out here. But the responsibility is not solely on you all. And so what we are very excited to do is to remain in contact with you all, remain engaged in this discourse. We want to be able to engage with you. We want to present to your students, whether it's in person, whether it's virtual. This is a very exciting opportunity for us. And so if you would like to request a training, we do have the QR code listed on the slide. We also will be providing this presentation at the end, so you can go ahead and click into the link as well. You can email our office directly via the email here listed on the slide. We also have our phone number as well as our website listed. So again, this was a general overview. For more information, definitely visit our website. We have the link provided there. We also have the QR code listed here in case you wanted to use your phone to view our website. But also for the most up-to-date information, I encourage you to follow us on social media. You can follow the coordinating board on Twitter, or X as it's now called, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Instagram for the most up-to-date information. And lastly, I will also provide you with my email in case you would like to reach out to me directly. And if you have any questions, you can go ahead and send me an email. We can schedule some time to continue the conversation or even discuss what other engagement opportunities might look like for you, for your students, and for your staff. So, are there any questions? And I'll go ahead and stop sharing now.
Millette?
Sorry, I had to find that mute button. Hi, Maria. Thank you so much for this information. I've been doing this a long time, and I did not, have not delved into this information. So I really, really appreciate you sharing things. And I'm very interested in what you were just discussing about, your team providing the information directly to students, because that's one of the things, we try, I think, on campus to, stay aware and stay, try to get this information out. But I think it's so, I just think it's so much more impactful when we can sort of have the experts talking directly to our students. So I think I heard you say that if we wanted to set up, for example, I work at a medical school, a university that has medical students as well as other health-related professions. And so if we wanted to set up, for example, a virtual, session with medical students, then you guys could provide a more in-depth, exploration of the physician education repayment assistance program or something like that. Is that what you're?
Yeah, absolutely. We would love to do that. We have done presentations like that with other institutions. I actually worked with Denchis about last summer. She worked with us during one of our federal visits for our state loan repayment program. So shout out to UT Southwestern. Thank you for your participation and assistance. Yes, absolutely. We are happy to connect to do a virtual presentation. We have done application kind of assistance where I will sit with participants and I will help walk them through the application. We can also do an in-person event if that's, if you're having like a healthcare day or a financial aid day, anything like that, the opportunities are endless. So we will connect after and see what works for your students.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions? Nope, no questions. So I will go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just want to piggyback on one quick thing. So, I mentioned at the very beginning, I've been with the coordinating board for 8.5 years, and it wasn't until I think almost 5 years in that I realized that these programs existed, because unlike many of our other programs, it's difficult to do outreach. It's difficult to connect with people once they're already in their profession. We have to partner with different associations where, people don't always attend conferences, and it's difficult to get the word out. So we've done a lot of marketing campaigns, lots of different resource updates, but we're going to continue this next year to really push for people and awareness for these programs. Because again, like you said, you're like, wait, what? There's money out there? And let me tell you, because it's so difficult to do this outreach, sometimes these programs are underutilized, which is sad. We don't want to risk losing any money. And the legislature, every session, is highly motivated to pour money into these programs. So we want to make sure we get the word out whatever ways possible so that those funds can be used for people who are supporting these professions in Texas. So if you have a team that does, exit counseling or career preparation, or you've got, again, medical teams or nursing departments or those that support teachers, anything where they may qualify for this. Sometimes people make career choices based on like, oh my gosh, I have so many loans. I want to go find the biggest salary I can without realizing that they may have this opportunity to help pay off their loans. I was very fortunate. My husband actually received this type of assistance early on, and it was just so helpful for us. And it was just an outreach that we got from his school, and we applied and we got it. But it's like, you just happen to get that email. So how can we really put the word out? We need y'all's help. And again, even in your personal circumstances, you may know people who fall in these professions, especially nursing, teachers, things like that, where, the economy is hard right now. Inflation is high. And so people struggling to make different payments on their student loans. So any opportunity to get some of these funds is going to be huge. So I just wanted to put my personal plug in there. And Maria, great job. I think that, getting this out to y'all, if you can share, and any feedback for us where we can help connect people with information, that's going to help.
No, definitely. I mean, knowing what I know now regarding loan repayment programs, I worked in a financial aid office for 8 years in advising. And if I had known about these programs, I just think about how many students, it could have helped to know that there are other options out there and that it's okay to take out student loans. There's other opportunities. It doesn't always have to be this negative decision. And so, Debbie, I saw you have a question. Or no, Sandra?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Debbie first.
Go ahead, Debbie.
Okay. I didn't know a lot about loan repayment either. I've been fortunate not to have the loans nor my own children. So I'm grateful for all this knowledge and grateful for what you've done, presenting it, and are still doing by running the program. When we have slides like these, I find them very helpful. It teaches us a lot. Are we able to use any of this information, or do we need to go through you and get different information when teaching our team?
So
teaching students.
I think, let me just touch them up a little bit and verify that we're able to share this. It's all public information. This is what's listed on our website. It's just formatted a little bit prettier. So no, we can certainly send this out and definitely share with your friends, family, students, everyone.
Yeah, and just to chime in again, because these are on our websites, you can always, if you have like a resource page for your organization, you can always link to the coordinating board pages. I know a lot of people do that just so they don't risk, having to maintain the changes that we make. So that's something that you could consider. We're doing some updates to our web pages and whatnot, but that's your best bet because it has a lot more information. It has a direct link to the application portals. It has frequently asked questions on those pages. So to Maria's point, these are very simplified just to give you kind of a taste, but like the full piece is on our webpage, which is on hhloans.com. And of course, all this will be sent out after the meeting.
Sandra?
I think my question might have just been answered by Leah, but I was going to ask, I was trying to search for the applications because I think it's important information for our teachers to have. I'm at one of those at-risk schools, and so definitely I want to push this on not just to our students, but to my staff as well. I'm interested in a presentation for our staff. We have a program here within our district that's called CORE, and it stands for Cultivating Educators. And so for our students who are seeking to go into education, I think it's important for them to hear this information. So I definitely want to set something up. As I was seeking the information online, it looked to me like only the applications that are year-round are currently accessible. Is that correct?
That is correct. Our programs, like our educationally based programs, those application periods have closed, but I'm happy to take your information. And when those programs do open up, we will certainly send you a notification. But yeah, no, definitely having a link to our page. There are employers around the state actually that I've worked with who have a listing to our loan repayment assistance programs in their in their hiring information, especially for the mental health professionals program, because they're like, it's not our program, but it's something you're eligible for because they're an eligible employer. So it's a really great recruitment tactic for employees as well. But yes, well, I'll go ahead and put the link to the training form in here as well.
Anyone else? Thank you, Maria.
Thank
Great
you.
information. Maria has posted the links to HH loans in the chat and links to the application in the chat for those of you that are on Zoom. And she, like she said previously, she will send out the slides will be available with her contact information if you have any more questions for her. Okay, Gabby?
I'm sorry, I was trying to get on the chat to get the information. Didn't mean to raise my hand.
Oh, okay. All right. Sandra, did you have another question?
No, ma'am, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Your hand is still raised. Wanted to make sure. All right. Thank you again, Maria. We'll go to the next agenda item. It was an update from TASFA for the TASFA president, Denise Welch.
Thank you, Cecilia. We are gearing up. We're a month out from our annual TASFA conference. This year, it's going to be held in Houston, downtown, adjacent to the Galleria. We have an action-packed agenda with the interesting year that we have gone through in financial aid. We are trying to address some of the issues. I did learn yesterday we are going to have a representative from the Department of Education that will be on a live virtual session for us. So we're really excited about that. I believe it's Melanie's story. If you've been to NASFA, Melanie has been at NASFA for several years, and we were fortunate. I think we're going to be able to get her for a live virtual session also for our TASFA conference. So we're really excited about that. Hopefully we can get some updates. We're all awaiting the gainful employment and the financial value transparency reporting. We are all praying that it gets postponed till next year. So we have a lot of things happening in our profession right now, a lot of things that are due October 1st. So I know a lot of our offices are stressing, and we're going to muddle through it, and we're going to come out on the other side.
Yes.
So our TASFA conference is coming together, and that's what we've had to do over the last year. So I think it's an appropriate theme. So we look forward to seeing everyone in October. October the 7th through the 11th, I believe, is the dates. You can also refer to our TASFA website. We have a conference website that has all the information as well as the agenda. So we look forward to seeing everyone in October. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And at this point, too, we're going to say farewell to you from this committee, representing TASFA as the president. Glad to have you here with us. And you've contributed a lot to this committee as a member and as a representative of TASFA.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And we have...
can I chime in, Cecilia?
Sure.
I'm going to sneak in. So
Okay.
Denise reminded me how many years she's been on FAAC via email. And I said, what? It just shows you how quickly time flies. Because I remember when Denise first joined FAAC, and from day one, she was constantly contributing and just positive and such a light on the committee. And so I'm so sad that she's not going to be involved in this capacity anymore. And she also reminded me that, she's ramping up for retirement. So it's all good things happening for Denise, but we're very sad that you're leaving this committee because you have been such a vocal yet positive person on this organization or this committee and on the TASFA organization. I think all of your colleagues, including me, just admire you so much. And we just love that you've been such a big part of this journey because, even though I'm not saying that everyone needs to speak up all the time, but if you know Denise, she's very passionate, she's very involved, and her input has influenced a lot of the things that we've been able to either produce, we've been able to make things better because of her contributions. And so I just wanted to tell you how appreciative I am of having you as a colleague over the years. So thank you again for all you've done, and you will be very missed, but I'm very jealous that she's going to get to retire. And I think you said less than 2 years at this point. She probably has a countdown. Am I right? Do you have a countdown somewhere?
I do in my head. I've got to go through a computer conversion. So, you know.
They won't let you go yet then. They won't let you leave. Well, I just wanted to
Thank
chime
you.
in to say just how much we've appreciated you. So thank you again. If anyone else wants to say anything, you can. If not, we can push forward. And did Cecilia, were you going to introduce D is going to be
Yeah, I was gonna, that was my next thing I was getting ready to do. It's okay.
I'll butt it in. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
it is okay. I love what you said about Denise. I have people don't know I depend on her a lot.
We all do.
It's these two, Denise and Millette, who has pushed me out to the forefront. I'm one of those, although I've been in financial aid 32 years, I still love to stay in the background. But they have pushed me forward. And I appreciate them both. Okay, Millette.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Leah said about our friend Denise. I think that Denise Welch has voluntold me into more situations than any other individual. And I tease her about it, and I voluntold Cecilia into some things. So I paid it forward. But I think it's just not possible to express the impact that has over time. I think that, it's not easy to put yourself out there and volunteer and say, I'm gonna be this person, or I'm gonna take this leadership role. So I'm grateful for the people who, see that in folks, and then are willing to, to push us past our comfort zones. Denise is truly one of the most wise individuals I have ever known. So I'm extremely grateful for her and for her participation on this particular committee.
Thank you, Millette.
Beth?
I just wanted to say thank you, Denise, for everything you've done for the financial aid community. We all know you, and you've helped us so much through the years, and that's huge. I know everything you do for students is huge, and for this community in general, it's a hard job we have. And so thank you. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Beth.
Shannon?
Denise, oh my goodness. One thing that comes to mind when I think of Denise, echoing everything that everyone has said, but you made it real. You made it fun. You brought your personality into administering student financial aid, and you never forgot about the end product, our students and our families. So thank you, Denise. And I'll never forget how you took me out of my little shell as well, and brought me out. So thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Tanya?
Yes, I want to say the same. Kudos, Denise, for being able to get to this point of retirement. I don't know about anybody else, but Denise is really crazy. She has brought life to what we do. We all know this is a very stressful job for us all, but Denise really brings the life to the party, and I appreciate that more than I probably told her in the past. But her positivity about what we're doing and her passion for helping our students, it shows in everything that she does, even with bringing us into the fold and trying to get us to push forward in replacing people when they go out for retirement. So she's done an excellent job in helping us keep this profession professional, and I appreciate that more, and thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Tanya.
Sorry, I had to get myself together over here.
Aw.
But anyway, whew.
And she's
Anyone
not
else?
retiring yet. She's not retiring yet. So
I know.
let's all go. I think a lot of people are going to TASPA, and she'll be there for
Yes.
that. And so we can. And she's still
Yes.
going to be there for a while. But she was leaving
Yeah.
FAAC, so I
Yeah.
won't be the same. But we will. We'll all try and we'll try and become Denise. We'll try and become that real. I love that. Like you are so real. I love that about you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next thing is would you all like to take a break?
I think that would
Yes,
be a good
everybody's shaking their
idea.
heads.
Yeah.
15, 20 minutes, 15, 20
About-
minutes.
Yeah, let's do, maybe 11:10 come back and we can start pushing forward. Don't forget to turn
Okay.
off your mic and your camera, and then when we come back, we'll take roll again, I think.
Okay.
Sounds
Enjoy
good.
your break, everyone.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Are we ready to pick back up?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And Denise wanted to tell everyone how humbled she was for all the comments and
Sure.
very appreciative. So just one more shout.
Let's do a quick roll call right quick. Willette Leaf Green.
Here.
Leah.
I'm here.
Mary Escobar.
Here.
Heather Fountain.
Here.
Michelle Hill.
Here.
Jackie Kelly.
Here.
Skylar Lipinski.
Here.
Gabby Leon.
Here.
Linda McKendry.
Here.
Rebecca Marino.
Here.
Erica Ramos.
Here.
Tanya Dean.
Here.
Beth Tolan.
Here.
Amy Wilson.
Here.
I see Denise Welch.
Here.
Shannon Crosland.
Here.
Debbie Richmond.
Here.
Letitia Addison.
Here.
Sandra Moore.
Here.
Denise Elisario. Cassandra Heslop.
Here.
Fazana.
Here.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Everyone is back. Okay, Denise. I open the floor to you.
I just wanted to say thank you for all of the comments, and I am very humbled and appreciative for everything that you guys do for our profession and for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Hey, I hope everyone enjoyed their quick break. And we'll go to the next agenda items. It's time for our subcommittee updates. And our first one is the Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee with the chair, Beth Tolan.
Hi, good morning, everyone. The Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee, we met July 25th. Let's see, we discussed the TASPA and prepping for next aid year. We also discussed operational updates to include the last day for age year 24 payment requests through GAP. Let's see, we discussed the age year 25 FAAC validation status for the cycle that was due July 17th. So let's see, on page 2 of the handout, yeah, I think we can, there you go. There's some details regarding the percentage of institutions that were complete as of June 12th, July 17th, then on the day that we met on the 25th. The CB also has been scheduling meetings with institutions who had not yet validated by the deadline. And then a reminder for us all, when we miss a deadline, our state grant funding will be on hold until we complete the FAD process or the validation that is due. Let's see, we also discussed proposed board rules for July, October, and January. So that's page 3 and 4 of the handout there. So there's some summary details there. And then I'm going to skip ahead to, we discussed some personnel updates at the CB. There we go, including Commissioner Keller stepped down to take the role of president at the University of North Texas. And then Harvey Giblin joined the coordinating board as new assistant director of resource development. Mr. Giblin also joined us for a portion of our meeting on the 25th. Let's see. Then we referenced some recently updated CB memos. You can see a list there in the notes. Deadlines, a few past and the upcoming deadlines, and that's page 4 and 6 through the handout. Let's see. There you go. Right. And then next, Mr. Giblin reviewed some planned streamlining of the coordinating board's program guidelines. And that's going to include making the guidelines as evergreen as possible and moving annual content such as award amounts or any updates to policy to a section of the website. They also are looking to reduce redundancies for items that are found in most or all of the guidelines. And then within those guidelines, they would link to the area of the website or the guideline or a consolidated guideline that would address the rules. The coordinating board also plans to highlight areas in the guidelines where there is institutional option or an institutional interpretation needed. Okay, let's see. And then we also had 2 more guests from the coordinating board, and I'm going to apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce anyone's name. Waylon Meteor and Edrel Stoneham. So again, I apologize if I mispronounced either one. Joined us at the subcommittee meeting to review the Texas Leadership's Research Scholars Program. So page 6 of the handout includes a link to an overview of this program. And then lastly, we discussed our subcommittee membership and plans to review the subcommittee roster to determine if any additional recruitment was needed to do some outreach to see if we needed any new members. And then you'll see on that last page in orange of the notes, those are some of our detailed comments regarding that portion of our conversation. Okay, thank you. Oh, I guess I should ask, any questions for me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Our next subcommittee is legislative with Scott Lipinski.
Hi, there's currently no updates, slow right now, but I'm sure in the next couple meetings that I'll have updates for the committee.
Okay. Ms. McKendry? Linda?
I wanted to ask Scott, is the committee considering the requirement that for Texas aid students need to register with selective service? We know the feds got away from that and it's still in the state law. So is that anything that's being looked at?
I haven't heard anything yet, but I'll see if there's anything when session gets back in.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott. Any more questions? Okay, we are, it's not too far. Millette, are you and Lindsay ready for your presentation? We have a presentation now. The psychology of borrowing.
We are, I think. I will, I always do this thing, and Lindsay and I work together, and I'll introduce her in a minute, but you know, I always, whenever I'm presenting with Lindsay, she has to deal with the technology because that is her strong suit. You know, she's not physically in this room with me, so if I do something really stupid, y'all just kind of bear with me. But thank you, Cecilia. I'm Millette Leaf Green. I think I've introduced myself earlier. My colleague, Lindsay Partridge, and Lindsay works with me at UT Southwestern Medical Center. Lindsay is our senior advisor, and her focus is debt management and financial wellness. I think Lindsay and I delivered a version of this presentation with some other colleagues from outside the states at the NASPA conference this year. And it's, I think we both really enjoyed crafting the presentation. Hopefully it will, you know, make you sort of think through what your own psychology about money is. And we'll just get started. Let's see here. Make sure I can share properly. Okay. Can you guys see the slides?
Switch the presenter view, Millette.
Yes, ma'am. As soon as I figure out how to do that, I will. There it is. Better?
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. I told y'all she's my technical person. Anyway, we thought this was such a good topic for financial aid administrators to sort of delve into. So thanks for letting us participate today. Money wields just an incredible psychological influence on our lives. It affects our relationships, our well-being. It really is, I think, a sort of complex and overlooked part of what we think about when we talk about borrowing with students. So we just wanted to kind of explore how that works and what it means for financial aid administrators.
Perfect. All right, everyone. So just to go over real quick what we're going to talk about, of course, we're going to dive into what exactly do we mean by the psychology of money. We'll talk about, we've gotten some good survey data. We've got some ethical principles to go over that kind of guide and drive the whole belief behind this kind of stuff, how your campus is going to be affected. And then, of course, we divided things into various categories that are very distinct situations under which you can be affected by these kinds of matters. And then, of course, student family experiences, that's my bread and butter. And then how can we break the stigma around borrowing and all that? All right, so first, our good definition. What is the psychology of money? Of course, it is the study of how our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors influence all of our financial decisions and what that outcome is going to be, because we really have to delve into our biases, our external biases, the things that are placed upon us, because this doesn't exist in a vacuum. We all approach these things differently, and that's what we're here to talk about.
So why does it matter? Why is the psychology of borrowing or psychology of money important for what we do every day? I think there's lots of reasons, some of which are obvious and some maybe not so much. We took some information from the Student Financial Wellness study that Trellis does every year. This particular information is from the 2022 version. And I think this just gets to the heart of, what we all know anecdotally, which is that our students are concerned about money. They spend a lot of time thinking about it, maybe related to how to pay their bill at our institution, maybe a lot of other money things. But nearly 75% of the students they surveyed said that they had something they would describe as a financial difficulty in the prior 12 months. Almost 50% of them said it affected their ability to continue class, to get their degree or their credential. It's not surprising to see who was more likely to struggle: the non-traditional students, first gen, and students who work, as well as those who already have depression or anxiety. I thought that I think a lot of us over the last several years with COVID particularly have looked into or have implemented some emergency aid programs on our campus. And I think these this next to last bullet, talks about how difficult some of our students would find dealing with an emergency. And as we all know, that happens. It happens to us, it happens to our students. And so a significant amount of people said that would be a real problem for them should they encounter an emergency. And then, 60% indicated they would use financial support services if they were offered. And I find that statistic interesting because I don't feel that in my students every day. Sometimes I feel like we offer and we offer and we offer, and we just don't have a ton of people take advantage. So, but I think, I think it's good to know that, they do exist, students who really want to take advantage of services like this. And so we should keep asking. And again, why does this matter to us specifically? I think that one of the things, as we were sort of delving into this, because ethics comes into obviously any kind of psychological discussion, and I think most of the schools that we represent, colleges and universities that we represent, are members of NASFA, and NASFA has a statement of ethical principles, which addresses sort of financial education, making sure that we are doing what we can to remove financial barriers for students. And I think, you know, understanding where they come from is a big part of that. Obviously, across campus, people should be concerned about money and borrowing and where students are with their finances, whether they know it or not. It is super important for recruitment, retention, progression, and getting people to that finish line of graduation. Another thing that we've had a lot of experience with on our campus recently is the advent of accreditation agencies getting into this business, if you will. FAAC, COC, which is the accreditor of many of us, you know, recently, just in the last couple of years, has added a standard about financial literacy and financial education. And so increasingly, that is going to become a campus-wide discussion. Now, many of us will experience that they will drop that squat in your lap in the financial aid office. And you know, that may be the best place for it, depending on your campus. But it certainly is that is not going to change. We're going to continue to see that concern and to be, you know, responsible for sort of addressing that concern. And I think another thing, it's not on the slide, but I think another thing that makes this a super important discussion is that everyone on the planet has a belief system about money. There's no way to avoid it. Everyone has experience with money, good, bad, indifferent. But if we want to talk to our students about money, we have to understand our own relationship with it. And even though our money mindset is subconscious, that doesn't mean it can't be changed. So in order to sort of understand whether we have those biases, as Lindsay said, or just things that hold us back, I think it's super important for us to understand that before we try to understand the people that we're trying to inform.
All right, so here are the categories that we've kind of divided the following slides into. Family and early experiences. So what does your upbringing have to do with it? Media and society, that we are constantly bombarded by different messages. Our community and cultures that we surround ourselves by. And, you know, of course, the ever popular shame and peer pressure. That's a big category that especially a lot of our students are going to be dealing with. And then, of course, you know, materialism and impulse. We're not all immune to that. We all want something at the end of the day.
All right, so family and early experiences. This was part of the presentation that I researched heavily, and I was very intrigued. Some of the studies I read, there was a Cambridge University study that said kids start learning about money when they're about 3 years old. And most of their sort of core attitudes and feelings are established by age 7. What I think is really interesting about that is we don't have, you know, a 7-year-old doesn't have necessarily the ability to articulate those ideas and those thoughts, but that doesn't mean they're not cemented. That doesn't mean they're not taking in all the information. But this is when people develop their earliest understanding of things like value, how we place value on things or don't. We have another slide in a second about talking to kids about money. I think as we think about our own experiences, family relationships and early experiences with money, I think it's useful to avoid labeling them as good or bad. They just are. We all had a growing up period. We all had parents or other caregivers or other adults that we saw interacting with money, going through you know, situational things with money. Those may have been good, they may have been really negative. But I think it's helpful, instead of trying to label them as a good experience or a bad experience, to identify them as what they are. And that helps us get to whether we have any limiting beliefs or maybe outdated beliefs, which I think can really inform us as we go forward then to talk to others about their experiences with money. In terms of children, how children learn about money, observation is really a child's first teacher. And, you know, they learn what they see, not necessarily what they hear or what they're told. And so what kids tend to see is the spending part of money. Most of the stuff, the other part of money, the saving, the earning, the investing, that is much less visible in most cases. And so if you think about what a child learns about money from viewing, from seeing it, it is the transactional, buying of things and paying for things. So I think that's something that's going to have a profound impact later on their relationship with money. I know my father, when I was very young, we would go to Furr's Cafeteria. Everybody loves Furr's Cafeteria, or Luby's. But we went to Furr's down the street from our house, and my brother and I had, our eyes were bigger than our stomachs. And so we would get, lots of different food items, and kind of put them on our tray and then not eat them. And so my father decided one day that he instituted a rule that if you got something and you didn't eat it, you had to pay for it. So he would say, that mac and cheese was 50 cents, you owe me 50 cents. And that was, that was part of my value proposition about money. That's how I learned that things have a cost, is one of the ways, and that has stuck with me, into adulthood. Let's see the next. So, I think there are lots of opinions about whether or not to talk to kids about money. We'll look in a minute at some other generational differences, but really, it's kind of fascinating how these numbers look. So this chart is it's very simple, but it just shows whether someone grew up in a family that discussed household finances openly. So none of this really is surprising to me. The baby boomers, that's my mother and father, they, were much less likely to talk about money in the house with their parents or their other caregivers than any of the other generations that are represented here. I think it is interesting. So Generation X is I think it's 1965 to 1980. And so, which is me, I'm in that generation. And I think it's interesting that millennials, who's the sort of the next generation, that money, that number just spikes. It goes way up to sort of how people were talking about money in their own households. And then we see it go back down with Generation Z, which is my son. And so I think that's interesting. I think if you could go into and delve into, we won't today, but sort of where our country was during these years, during the years that we're talking about, what was going on in the world. And I just think I think it's good for us to realize, we have students from all of these generations coming to our campuses. So I think it's interesting for us to realize, just because the first student we see today grew up in a very financially savvy family who talked about it all the time, it was very open. The very next one we talk to may be a completely different animal. So I think that's I think it's crucial for us to recognize, that those differences exist even within our own populations. So this is just a little bit more about generational differences. And these, I actually included the statistics that I thought were sort of most interesting or that surprised me. This we just talked about. It's, many fewer baby boomers talked as they were growing up, talked about money. Among the people who said they don't discuss finances with their families, the baby boomers and Gen Xers, so my parents and me, cited money is personal. Like it's a personal discussion. You don't have that with other people as the reason, while millennials cited they didn't talk about it because they were insecure about it, which I think is really, again, really interesting to sort of know about the students that are coming to see us and what those insecurities might be. I thought this was interesting too. Just with the team that I supervise, I have, I don't have any baby boomers, but I have all the other generations, and just sort of how willing they are to talk about things like their salary, or what, how much money they make, or how much money their spouses make, or how, those kinds of things. And I think that's, again, it's just another window to sort of, let us into what our students' mindsets might be as we talk about money. And if our students, truly do have insecurity about money, or maybe their insecurity comes because they grew up in a household where it wasn't talked about. I think we have to approach that student in a very different way, and make that sort of a safe subject for them.
All right, so now we're going to start getting into, generational differences. Those are what we are brought up with. That's a very early foundational experience. And now we're kind of moving into our everyday experiences. And a lot of these next slides are going to tie into each other, left and right. This media and society slide is kind of my favorite slide because, there have been how many think pieces about how the media and how our society shapes a large aspect of our population's perceptions. And this is going to, so what the media does, it's going to help shape our perspectives by forming the basis of our knowledge and our attitudes towards borrowers and towards how their colleagues are perceiving borrowing. One of the biggest issues I run into is students are being bombarded with a variety of different resources. So, some of my younger ones are really only getting TikTok stuff, but their parents may be big Dave Ramsey advocates. And I have my opinions about Dave Ramsey. You may have your own opinions about Dave Ramsey. There is, I don't want to say a backlash, but there is a re-examining of his ideals that he has filled out for years and years and years. He's got all this language, but that stuff doesn't work for students who aren't in the same, or for anybody who's in the same situation that the people he initially created that content was for. A lot of this can help with the normalization and denormalization of debt. I have so many students who come in and they're just absolutely panicking at the thought of ever having to borrow, because we work with medical students a lot, very heavily. Those are a lot of my main focus throughout the year. And there have been horror stories about, I have $1 million in debt and this is why. And so I have to break down, where are they coming from? Why are they upset? Where were these stories found? I've even gone to the website and been like, okay, here's this article. Let's look at it together and examine why this person got into that much debt. Okay, they went to medical school and dental school. That's a lot of money. They've been in school for 15 years. They've got this much debt because of it, and then explain how we can prevent that, what the tools are that we can use to prevent that. And then, of course, fear of missing out, FOMO, is a big thing. You see all these people with all of this stuff living this life. I've got a lot of students who come to me, and it is rare that they are this open, but they have become more open as I've been there throughout their entire, by the time they're a fourth year medical student about to graduate, they know me, they're comfortable with talking about, and they say, how are they doing it? How are my other colleagues doing it? How are they able to go out to eat constantly? How are they able to take Ubers to school or to their clinicals when I'm like riding the DART bus for 2 hours every single morning just to get to wherever my clinical is X amount of miles away? And I'm like, I have to explain to them, and this is going to continue into your residency. There are going to be a million different people that you meet. Not everybody comes from the same background. Not everybody's going to be forthcoming about their background. What you see is not reality. You see what people want you to see. And once you start to break that down and say, those colleagues that you're talking about, they come and talk to me. I know some of your colleagues who say they don't borrow. They borrow. I promise they do. It's just not everybody's open about this kind of stuff, because in the next slide that we'll talk about, a lot of it is based around their community and cultures that they were brought up with. I have several students who have come to me. It's typically either pre-matriculation or in their, once they start getting into the meat of the program, their parents may have been able to pay. Up until then, they were able to pay for undergrad, a little less money, but they hit medical school, and all of a sudden that however much tuition and fees are is due all at once, and they are so dead set on their students not borrowing. But there's no other option. There's no other option that we can give them. And so if I've had hard conversations with parents and say, I really wish I had another option for you. I don't. Our students in particular have a slightly warped perspective of I don't want to say their worth or their value, but they're standing against their colleagues. They are used to being the top of their class. All of a sudden, everyone's the top of their class. And so they don't understand why they did not get a scholarship. I've heard the phrase, I am used to getting scholarships 1,000 times over. And their parents are driving a lot of that. Their culture is driving a lot of that. Their place of worship is driving a lot of that, because your community is so proud of you and is so fully invested in your well-being. But there's only so far that investment can go before there's not enough money left to go around. And that's where borrowing comes into play. And so I've had conversations with parents. I always offer that as a solution. Bring your parent in. Let's talk you and me first. If you want me to talk to mom or dad, let's do that. I'll usually write them up a summary and say, what questions is mom? What's mom most worried about? And I'll explain how we can tackle that. Oh, we don't have to borrow a lot. We don't have to borrow everything. We just borrow a little bit. Oh, we just need to pay for our health insurance. This is going to give mom a little bit more breathing room. So, I do try to stay as neutral as possible when I don't mind giving my opinion about Dave Ramsey to a student, but when I'm talking to a student about their religious beliefs around borrowing, I do try to be sure to use very neutral terms like place of worship or your local community. I never specialize, even though I may look at a student and be like, well, this is probably X, Y, and Z is going to apply to you. I don't know that for sure. And even if I do know that for sure, what if I misremembered it? I don't know. So I still will say place of worship or something like that. Next. All right. Good old shame and peer pressure, y'all. We've all been affected by it, right? So secrecy is a big one. You don't want people to know. I have experienced this with me and my friends in several different ways. My wife and I, we were lower class, raised by single moms who struggled, maybe we're in and out of jobs for some reason, raised by either the outside or our grandparents. We're not as shameful about money. It's not as secretive to us because we never had it. So anything information you want about it, we'll let you know. But our friends were not in that scenario. We live in Denton. It is a very well-educated town. Many of our friends have multiple degrees. With no debt. Their families typically have helped them pay for that kind of stuff. They are more shy with letting us know their finances, mostly because they do know that we can't relate to our friend who has 2 oil trusts. I don't know that. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff, but we still find common ground to talk about. They will still say, I can't afford it. And I'm like, that sucks. Let's go sit on my porch. Let's hang out or something like that. So it's nice to not have combative conversation about that stuff, but that's why I got into this. I want to break down the stigma around borrowing, around money, because we all have to deal with it. There's nothing to be shy about, for sure. Avoiding it doesn't help anybody. Being quiet about it doesn't help somebody that is struggling, because even if they internalize that, it helps you to feel better just to know that somebody else is going through with that. And that ties back to the media and society slide. The normalization of your situation is so, so, so important. It just makes you feel not alone. Even if you are super self-aware and you're aware that you're not only going through it, actually hearing somebody verbalize that is just so important. Taking off that, even just telling your colleagues, don't be pressured into it. You are your own individual. You are your own person. Your path is different than anybody else's. Again, my students are unique in that they're medical students. I can tell them each one of you has a unique path. So please don't compare yourself to anybody else. I'm going to get you through this on your unique path. And that usually helps them feel better. Like, you know what? I'm not this nebulous conglomeration of students that I am medical student. No, I am a medical student who is going through this kind of thing. And then, it's hard to separate yourself from the herd, right? You still want to fit in. You still want to do this and that everyone else is doing. And sometimes you just can't, and that's okay. Finding your satisfaction from other places, that is something that has helped me a lot in trying not to fall into that trap. I'm also intensely stubborn, and I know that I've brought into that in students. I'm like, you don't want to be like them. Do you see how much debt they're in? That's not you, friend. We are going to do this over here. Contrarian all day long. And then being judged, I find it less is happening. But, you know, when we move into this materialism and impulse kind of stuff, it is so, I struggle with this right now, right? We're saving for X, Y, and Z things. And it's hard to see at 9 o'clock at night why me going to McDonald's is going to affect my income. It's just $10. Now they have a $5 meal deal. I can do this all day long. Okay, but then in 2 weeks when I'm $5 short on a bill or something like that, I'm like, I don't know if those chicken nuggets were really worth me not being able to pay this bill or something. So I do kind of bring that to my students. I'm like, yes, it sucks that you can't have everything. I get it. I get it. You can't have everything. I do tell my students now, if this is important to you, an iPad, for example, an iPad is not a necessary component for undergrad for many things, right? Medical school does make it a little bit different. There are lots of tools that are useful, and many of them carry that into residency. So I explained to them, if this is something that is going to help you be successful, it's not a disposable device. I keep my iPads for years at a time because they don't break down. So this is an investment. It's okay to invest in something that you're going to have for a long time. You understand the importance of it. I show them, all right, if you borrow an extra $5,000, this is what it's going to do using the loan simulator tool. The AAMC does have a tool called the Med Loan Organizer and Calculator that I utilize on them. So that's really helpful. And then we just talk about, you know, break down what their saving is, what they're spending. We go through their budget left and right, just kind of look everything top to bottom. And it helps them see, I'm like, okay, do you remember what this purchase was? Oh, you don't? Sounds like maybe we need to not go to 7-Eleven every 2 days just for a little sweet treat or something like that. And then now we're going to get into some actual student experiences. So these are really important to me. I spend a lot of time on Reddit. I spend a lot of time on Facebook. I spend a lot of time in groups where students are at, because I want to know what they're talking about. I want to know when there's no picture attached to it. Reddit, I find in particular very helpful, because if there's no picture attached to you, they can have a burner account. They're asking more relevant questions than, say, even an anonymous Facebook post in a group is going to provide. So this student had over $140,000 in private loans. It says, I made the worst mistake of my life paying $140K for a bachelor's degree. They had 117 in private from Sally Mae. Their monthly payment was $1,300. Haven't been able to sleep for weeks. I'm constantly getting panic attacks. I'm struggling with suicidal thoughts. I have a life insurance policy that would cover the entire cost of the loans, and that would go to my cosigner. I feel like a complete failure, and I struggle every day with continuing. These are the kinds of student experiences that we may get, but that student is usually on the edge, right? It's visible 6 ways to Sunday. They may have peers that are like, please go talk to Lindsay. Please go sit in her office. Please go to financial aid. There are more people who are just keeping this to themselves. They're posting about it anonymously just to kind of gather opinions. That may be more helpful to some people, but it is still, these experiences exist out there. We need to know about that. We need to make sure our students know, come talk to us, please. You are not alone in this whatsoever. But they are out there. This one is everything's falling short. I'm living off my student loan. So this is somebody who was sick. They aren't able to work right now. They're waiting on disability. Their disability support counselor actually hindered them by submitting documentation late. So that's something else to keep in mind for us. What we do directly affects our students. Our timing directly affects our students. This student's rent was due. They have $30. All of their appeals are in process. They're in the departments. They can't do anything, can't get private loans, no cosigner. They're only cosigners on Social Security, doesn't know what to do. All right. And we may not have options for that student necessarily, but we could try. That's for sure. We could sure help, make sure they know, hey, you're not alone. Other students are in this. Let's find what resources we can. I've had students, I know many of you have students in your office where you've made calls and talked to people and tried to expedite things because they are at the end of their rope. This one in particular was a parent who wanted her daughter to have her dream, and she couldn't because of the way their finances didn't allow her to let her daughter live out her dream. I don't want her to end up suffocated by college debt. I don't think she's capable of grasping the severity of weight of student loan debt. I want her to have her dreams. As a parent, I want my kid to have the world, but I don't know if the world she wants right now is going to be the world she wishes she'd chosen in 10 years. That's particularly difficult because I don't see a lot of parent stuff once I'm this far in medical school, but they still worry about them. You still worry about all of your kids and you want the best for them. And to see that you can't give the best to them because of X, Y, and Z roadblocks is rough, no matter what. But this in particular, they've been given all of these hopes and dreams by social media, and you can't make them to fruition without them going into debt. So that is something that's very, very impactful.
So I'm actually going to skip. We're gonna do some things out of order here.
Okay.
How can we, in the various roles in which we find ourselves, support students as they go through kind of this process and think about their own psychology and what's happening? I think probably the most important thing, and frankly, this can be very difficult, is to be empathetic. To show. One of the things that Lindsay, my colleague, does really well is, as she said, she is very willing to share her own experience. And I think, that is always going to, normalize some things when you're willing to admit, I made this really dumb mistake with money, or I did this really thing that I wish I hadn't done. I think that's incredible. I think that makes an incredible difference to a student sometimes. And to make your zone, your office, your Zoom call, whatever it is, a safe place. We don't spend a lot of time judging. We are going to tell the truth, right? About, okay, you did this and here's the consequence of that. But being, I think, just ensuring that our language is compassionate rather than judgmental. And as I said, just get personal. I mean, acknowledge that every single person has made a money mistake in their life. Somebody, at some point they have made a mistake. So I think that's something we can do. And then, how can our offices help? What can we do that, again, sort of puts things in perspective for students? I think one of the things that we're exploring on our campus is how can we make our cost of attendance more transparent? Students, particularly students that are on their way in, right, are going to look to that to say, can I afford this? Or can I do this? Or how much am I going to have to borrow? And we have what we're required to have by law. We have that on the website. We have it all, just like we're supposed to. But I think it's still difficult for a student who has not been to medical school before or PT school before to sort of parse that out and say, well, how do they know what I'm going to pay for rent? Like, I think we could do some work in sort of making, how did we construct this, and does it really reflect what you're going to experience? I think we can also create opportunities for students to share with each other. Fourth year student share with a first year student, dude, I nearly didn't make it out of first year because I did this, and this. I think that those kinds of peer moments are always going to be powerful. Provide budgeting tools or create budgeting tools. We have some colleagues at a medical school campus out of state that they were tired of, sort of the budgeting tools that were out there. And so they invented one, they created one. It's and it's great. It takes into account lots of things that are specific to medical school. I do this at every orientation that we do. So we share the percentage of borrowers and the average indebtedness. And so I can't tell you the looks that I get when I tell my, orientation first year medical students that 64% of the people in that room have a student loan. They're like, I thought I was the only one. It's really, I think there's really a misconception about, people who get to that education level and, well, they must be wealthy, or they must have, have that money. Exit interviews, I could get on a soapbox about federal exit interviews, like the least teachable moment in the entire universe. So, yes, we have to do that. Absolutely. but find your teachable moment based on where your students are and where you can get where they are, and do more than you have to. Financial wellness activities, I think this is particularly challenging. Our students are busy, and they are, some of them, particularly those who work or those who have families, that is really a struggle to get that done. But I think it's crucial. Make your office one of joy. So my colleague Dee Ingram, who we were talking about earlier, she is constantly talking about how we can be the office of yes, because I think the financial aid office has can have a sort of reputation of being the opposite of no, and so she is constantly talking about how do we be the opposite of yes, even if the answer is yes, but how do we become the opposite of yes? And so I think that's about making our office a safe space and a place where people want to be. And then particular specialized tools. Lindsay mentioned the medical tool that one of our professional organizations provides that's very specific to medical student debt. But there are lots of good tools for undergraduates. There are tools that are targeted for older students. And so find out what those are, and see if that can make a difference for your students. So I wanted to, I don't know how we are on time, so Leah or Cecilia, just tell me if I need to shut up. And I know you will. But we wanted to give everyone an opportunity to either ask questions or, share some, personal experience you have with money, or something that informs what you do with your students that, has been particularly useful or helpful. So we just wanted to give you some time to share if you have anything to share.
And I'll actually start. One of my biggest things that I tell my students is there's a reason why I'm in debt management, because I screwed up. I screwed up my loans. I don't want to do that. I tell them about how my wife went into default and how I had to fix that situation. So that means students who with slightly more absent-minded spouses can identify with. I tell them, these are the mistakes I made. That is why I'm in this chair right now, is to stop you from doing that. That makes them feel better. It makes them feel seen. It makes them know that if you do mess up somewhere, it's not the end of the world. I got a job. I got health insurance. I've even got a car that drives me to work every day. So I am not completely and utterly melted into the ground just because I messed up when I was in my early 20s. So, that helps them. It helps bring reality to the situation, because again, the nebulous idea of messing up, many of them have never done it before. So they're terrified to ever do it.
Debbie?
Thank you. Thought I'd share some of the things that we use with our students going forward. Lots of fit and match discussions. So match, typically is GPA and test scores and rank, but I've moved affordability into that category, even though that's fit, or at least that's my next thing to say, because I've had to tell students, they simply just can't start applying for scholarships and expect to get $40,000. Now, I have had 2 students break that, and I just say typically. In the 12 years, 2 students have been able to make it work eventually. But for many of the reasons you mentioned, it's a huge, huge thing for me. I also am very personal. We also have had some family times and money issues. I also equate loans for that fear of borrowing to credit cards. So if somebody's afraid of borrowing, whether religious or otherwise, do they have a credit card? Because that is the exact same thing. Do they own a home? There's different ways to explain it, and I search for those. My company leads master classes, and I particularly am the one that leads them. And we have a financial literacy that we offer every year to students that talk about loans, credit cards, online banking, etc. I'm not a specialist, but I know enough to speak in layman's terms. One of the things our district does, they have a School Links platform to do college career readiness, military, information. And there's a game of life scenario that's similar to the board game. And I talked to grades 9 through 11 to utilize that to open a discussion for those families that won't talk about it. I came from one of those. My husband came from the other kind. But to do the game with them and then say, is that how much we really pay? And open up the discussion to understand, because they simply don't know how numbers relate to things. Another way I do it with college is, how many of your parents buy a car every year? And nobody does, but that's what they're asking their parents to do. U.S. cost calculator, I promote the net price calculator, the FAFSA estimator, and then showing visuals. Like we have a Dallas County promise. So I show exactly what the promise pays for and the cost of attendance, in addition to graphs, because sometimes we're visual audio, learners, just to try and hit on everything.
Thanks, Debbie. Beth.
So something that we tried to do additional is make sure that students understand the financial impact to their academic decisions. Because there's, I've been in higher ed 27 years, and 10 of them I spent in a registrar's office doing degree audits. And you don't ever forget that. So when I moved back into financial aid and seeing how many students were taking classes they didn't need to be full-time, just making an innocent mistake, not understanding the true impact of withdrawing from classes. I know withdrawing, sometimes that's the right decision, but sometimes there's not enough often there's not enough understanding of what that really means, how much that cost you, not just financially, but in time, delayed to your degree, adding additional minors. I have nothing against minors, but I've seen students with 3 minors on their account. That, and not realizing, taking 5 years, 6 years to graduate, what is the true impact of that? And so trying to bridge that gap of a bit, I think is a big one.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Beth. We in medical school, they are big on repeating a year. So if you struggle academically, or if they just don't feel you're ready for that, promotion to the next year of curriculum, then then you repeat a year. And again, not my call whether that's necessary academically, or I certainly want our doctors to be well qualified. So I am not going to argue with that, because it's certainly not my area. But we have also put some things in place that every student who does that gets counseling. Every student who does that has to come to us, and we have to have a talk, because it really does, it's not just, yes, you have to pay for another year of tuition, but you're delaying repayment completely by a whole nother year. And our kids already delay repayment because they do residency after school. So anyway, yes, I think, Beth, that's an excellent point. The financial costs of academic decisions. I think that's crucial. Anybody else? Well, again, we really appreciate the time. This is something obviously that Lindsay is very passionate about, and we we want to continue to learn ourselves, in ways that we can support our students in this type of decision-making process. So if you do have other thoughts that you want to share, I hope you'll email us or get in touch with us. You can always find me through Leah or Cecilia or something. But yeah, so again, we just appreciate the time.
Thanks, everybody.
This is a great presentation. I didn't chime in just because y'all know I talk too much sometimes, but definitely good information. I think every piece of that hit on something, either that you've dealt with students or you felt personally. I know a lot of the examples you were getting, I was chuckling because I was like, oh yeah, I do that. And oh, my kids do, think that way, or thinking back to how I was raised with money and the lessons that I've learned. I was very fortunate to learn about money from my parents, but my husband was not. And so, our dynamic as a married couple and how we deal with money is so different.
Very different. Yeah.
Yeah. And, things like needs and wants. he is
Mhm.
convinced that certain things are needs. I'm like, no, those are wants, and so helping our children navigate those things and, dealing with students for many years. I remember one thing that struck me as interesting was walking through someone's budget with them. Like, well,
Mm.
because it's easy. I think the example you gave was the McDonald's one. You're like, it's just $5, and so even lately, I think a lot of people can relate. How many people do curbside from the HB or whatever? And it was like, oh, it's so great. It's about finding a way to make life easier. You don't have a lot of time, but if you really sit down and look at that, they don't require you to tip, but they tack on an extra dollar per item sometimes.
Mhm.
So when you do the math on something like that, you get a bunch of groceries from curbside, you end up spending $20 to $30 more. So if you're a student and you're like, hey, I'm going to use this to make my life easier, granted, you're saving time, but think about over time, $20 per transaction. If you go to the store a lot, can really add up. So sometimes sitting down with somebody and really evaluating all the little things that add up, extrapolating that out over a month. I don't know about y'all, but I go to get coffee every day, and I did the math one day, and I was like, oh my gosh,
Wow.
coffees are $6 to $7 a piece now.
Mhm.
And they want to tip. So, I mean, all these things, they really truly add up. So even though you think you're spending your money wisely or responsibly, sometimes you're not. And it's sitting down to actually do that evaluation is the hardest part to recognize those things. So I think that if y'all have those services to students, that's huge, because I think that they just, if you're doing it on your own, it's harder. If you do it with someone's help, it's easier. So excellent
Yeah.
presentation. I loved it.
Yeah.
One of the things
Excellent.
we did kind of recently at UC Southwestern, we have Lindsay's, debt management counseling. That's really her loan repayment. All she does all her time now is talking about the SAVE plan, because no one knows. And so, that's like her thing. And so we have other advisors. She's a senior advisor. We have another senior advisor who really sort of does awarding and professional judgment and all that kind of stuff. But not too long ago, it sort of occurred to us that, a budget increase, a cost of attendance increase for us, that always means more borrowing. It never means more grant or scholarship. So that may not be the case everywhere, but for us, that's what it means. And so that is really a debt management discussion. That is not just a simple, do you have the right documentation? Do you have this? That is we're trying to help you not borrow more money if you can help it. And so, as you said, Leah, like okay, let's look at your budget first. Like, let's see, is that making sense before we start tacking on, can we increase your cost of attendance? Yeah, you have the right documentation, you meet the professional judgment requirements, but should we, or is there something we can do together that will help you, cover those costs? So yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways to think about it and help students think about it. So
Great information. What rectified with me was the generation different. I had to it took me a minute to realize we have an adult ed program that I had to change my financial aid presentation, and make it different from my first time freshman, because some of the things I needed to add on for our adult ed. So that's what rectified with me. I don't know if it helped anybody else, but that helped me a lot.
I like the images of all of the percentages. It really totally aligned with what I've read. Many articles about certain generations not wanting to borrow loans for fear of getting into debt is so different than former generations. My parents never told me how much they made. It was a big top secret thing. But nowadays we were like, oh, it's almost bragging, like, that's how much I make, or here's how much I don't make, So different how time has evolved, depending on all the factors you talked about, either just being raised a certain way, or your religion, or your culture, or anything.
Yeah, and I think that the exercise is really not about, well, is it better that we talk more about money, or is it, not good that we talk? The sort of value judgment is, to me is not really relevant, right? Because our students aren't coming to ask us if it's okay the way they think about money. It is the way they think about money. So we just have to know what all the ramifications of that sort of ingrained psychology in the people we're talking to and in ourselves as we, choose words and, those kinds of things. It's inside us. We can't change the fact that it exists. But if we recognize, things that, maybe we were taught that we're not sure, are valid, or we're not sure are still, still make sense. I think to know what those things are as we're trying to teach others is really important.
Yeah, great. Anybody else have any more comments or questions? I want to thank Lindsay and Millette for that wonderful presentation. Thank you both. Okay, at this point, we're scheduled for a little break, 30-minute break, or we can power through and get finished earlier. Which one would you all want to do?
Power through.
Power through. Power through. Power through.
Agree.
Power.
Okay, we will power through. We're gonna make an adjustment. We want to let Erica go right now, if that's okay with you, Heather. She has to leave. We were supposed to make an adjustment earlier, and we did not. If you don't mind, let her give her a quick update.
No, absolutely. We already discussed it. She's good to go.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Go ahead, Erica.
Hi, yes, hello everyone, and well, good afternoon. So for those of you all that are new and or joining us, and it's been a bit, so my name is Erica Ramos, and I'm a high school counselor from an ISD that is located right on the Texas-Mexico border, deep south. And I work with high school seniors predominantly, but also with our junior class starting spring semester. So I think we all kind of wanted to, we all have our different points of view and perspective on how the year went last year from most of us from higher ed, but for the high schools, it was interesting. I know last year we were all learning as we were going, and it was painful for, I think, everyone. Universities and colleges trying to rush to receive applications, grade them, evaluate them, respond back to students, and trying to put packages together in a responsible way, and trying to get students to commit well in time and be ready before they graduated so that they could do orientation. Truthfully, for the high schools, we normally will have the time to be able to get those packages in the spring, have the students show them to us so that we can explain them thoroughly, partner with our higher ed institutions, and go ahead and ensure that students understand what it is that they are committing to, and they register for orientation and they fill out whatever documentation and verification. That is a big one. Verification documents done well in advance so that everything is done by the time they leave us first week of June. And that just wasn't done this year. Verification was predominantly handled over the summer and predominantly handled by the families. And we saw a huge decline in students and families following through. Even though our district does have staff in place that will continue to help families throughout the summer, some of these students started with us and they felt more comfortable ending with us, and they didn't know maybe perhaps who these new transition people were. They didn't have those relationships with them that they felt comfortable explaining their finances all over again, their very private family situations, immigration statuses, and repeating the entire painful process with someone new, whether that was at the higher ed level or even district staff. So honestly, I had several students just give up. and say that it's okay. I'm just going to take a gap year, or maybe this is just a sign. I am hoping in particular, the issues with students whose parents are not US citizens or undocumented is easier, because that is by far the population that felt it the worst. There were scholarships that they fell through the cracks. Some scholarships were just not, like, you don't meet the criteria, you don't have a FAFSA to show me, whether they were national scholarships or state scholarships. And then some institutions, unfortunately, were black and white about, like, you could only get this scholarship from our school if you can prove that you need it with your FAFSA. And even though we could claim and say and try to submit documentation, and if there was no corresponding FAFSA, they couldn't. And we understood the university or the college's standpoint, saying we need to dot our I's and cross our T's to prove that we're giving money to the students who truly need it. And without documentation, we can't. But a lot of students fell through the cracks. I don't know what Miss Sandra Moore, maybe she might have a different perspective on what she was going through, but my population really, really felt it. And I'm not looking forward to seeing what the data looks like from the National Clearinghouse on enrollment, but I'm sure that we're all going to see a dip this year, especially those of us that work in low income, low socioeconomic areas with minorities. Those, I think, were the heaviest hit. So we learned a lot from last year. I have my own checklist. I am ready. I'm creating things on the fly. I am building my own plane as I fly it if need be. But last year taught us a lot. Any questions or feedback?
Ms. Moore, did you have anything additional?
I'm just gonna echo what Erica said. I think that also working in a low socioeconomic school, we're learning to be more proactive with the things from last year that we learned on the ground, and certainly staying in communication with our local institutions to see how we can support their work, as they're also facing challenges. And so I echo everything that Erica just shared. So I'm hopeful for the new process, to see if it's easier for undocumented families, really, because that's where we're also seeing the biggest struggle.
Thank you. And Debbie?
I just wanted to share some of the things that my organization did. We echo everything you just mentioned. We have a huge population as well. And it was heartbreaking for everyone involved. Again, I mentioned the Manchester classes before. We're starting next week, just getting the awareness spread of what they're going to need, how to get ITIN numbers if they don't have them, how they can get tax assistance or ITIN numbers, or filling out the TASFA and find out more information. If they are low income, we have a community foundation that works with them. We developed postcards early to hand out at all financial aid events, at college fairs, anytime our seniors came to us. We have a mobile unit going out into the communities. And then this past summer, we reached out to students through a revised summer melt program that we're going to continue revising, specifically broken down into tiers, depending on their likelihood of wanting to attend college, but phone calls, emails, text messages. We have used a platform through Mainstay to send out messages where it was a chat bot that we developed, where they would have contact through that as well, and could also ask questions to it 24/7, 365, or ask for an advisor. So there were a lot of different methods that we took to try and help with that. And I'd be happy to elaborate later on that if needed with anybody.
Thank you, Debbie. Anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Erica and Sandra, for that update and
Thank
discussion.
you.
We'll move to the update for the task force committee from Heather.
All right, thank you. I am going to try to get through this pretty quickly. If you don't know, College Station is a train town, and the train is right outside of my window, and it has been very active today. So I'm going to try to get through this before the train comes and blows its horn. So, some updates on the TASFA, the 23-24 online TASFA and the paper TASFA were both successfully decommissioned on August 1st of this year. We're done with 23-24. We're still in the middle of 24-25, but we are definitely already looking ahead at 25-26 as well. So if you didn't see it, there was an email that went out yesterday in regards to the 25-26 draft TASFA. So there are not any major changes to it for 25-26. Most of the changes are just a rollover from 24-25 with some date updates. So, so please, if you haven't looked at that, please take a look at that and provide feedback by the deadline. Because the Department of Education is delaying the launch of the FAFSA, both the paper and the online TASFA for 25-26 will be delayed as well. So we will wait to release those until after the FAFSA is available, because we want them to line up as much as possible. So, so keep that in mind. The TASFA subcommittee did meet on July 31st, and we discussed feedback from the 24-25 TASFA. So we got feedback regarding kind of what was working, what were some suggestions for improvements. Specifically, the things that we really talked about were aligning questions and aligning formatting more with the FAFSA. So the TASFA does have some different wording than the FAFSA does, and some different options. In some schools, some of those inconsistencies were requiring schools to collect more tax documents than normal from their TASFA population, so than they had in previous years. So, so we talked through some of those with 25-26 hot and heavy on our heels. It's very quickly approaching. Any of these changes likely won't take place until the 26-27 application cycle. But we did provide feedback on what was working and what we would like to see improved in future editions of the TASFA application. We also discussed the timing of decommissioning the previous year's TASFA. So like I said earlier, the 23-24 TASFA was decommissioned on August 1, but we discussed aligning the TASFA's decommissioning with the FAFSA so that we can, again, maintain some consistency in the applications. And so we really talked about if we did decommission the TASFA, when the TASFA gets decommissioned now, it is completely unavailable for students. But if we wanted to align more with the FAFSA, we want students to not be able to submit new TASFA applications for a particular aid year after a certain time, but we do want them to be able to go out and add new schools if they need to add new schools, because some of these students may be transferring to other institutions during the summer, and they would need to get their application to those institutions for aid eligibility consideration. So the other thing that we talked about was there is a live help option available for students that are filling out the TASFA, and we want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. So if your students are having issues filling out the TASFA or have questions about what a particular question means or something like that, there is live help available, and the phone number for that is 1-888-311-8881. So again, we want to make sure that that students and parents are aware that that number exists. And then if schools are needing assistance, they can contact the school line with the coordinating board to get assistance with helping students with that. Other than that, we do have a future meeting scheduled for September 17th, so next week, where we are going to talk about the 25-26 TASFA and make plans for the future.
Thank you, Heather. Anybody have any questions for Heather? Comments? Okay. Thank you, Heather, for that update. A next agenda item is a presentation bringing trauma-informed practices to financial aid office. Christina, I see her online. I will not attempt to pronounce that last name. If you can introduce yourself, Interim Director of Wake Forest University, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm Christina Tangalakis. I am currently the Interim Director of Financial Aid at Wake Forest University. I live in Los Angeles, so this is the longest commute I've had. I will be here until they find a permanent position. But I am here through invitation. Millette, thank you so much for extending the invitation. I'm thrilled to be here. I coordinated with 3 other folks on this topic who were much more informed than I am, but I am very pleased to be here to share kind of a summary and go through the presentation. So let me see if I can share properly, and you will let me know if you can see. Let's see. Oh, does that look like a title page to you?
Looks great, Christina.
All right, great. I am in. Thank you. So the topic, bringing trauma-informed practices to the financial aid office. Certainly not a common conversation that we're having, although I think it's a conversation worth having more frequently, particularly as we've moved through, it seems like, crisis after crisis, not only in financial aid, but as a country. Through COVID and all that entailed the past several years, and then of course FAFSA simplification, which is I'm sure that's been part of the topic today about how that's not worked in favor of certain groups of students and the industry overall. So I need to acknowledge my co-conspirators here, but first I wanted to take a moment to kind of set the stage. Mr. Rogers, who I'm sure we're all familiar with one way or another, has a tremendous way of making complicated issues more accessible. And he says here, anything that is human is mentionable, and anything that is mentionable can be more manageable. When we talk about our feelings, they become less overwhelming, less upsetting, less scary. And the people we trust with that important talk can help us know that we are not alone. And that's really in the vein of what we're trying to do here, is start conversations and help us understand these feelings that we're experiencing, not only ourselves, but that we're seeing in our students and how they express themselves. So it did, in fact, take a village to pull this together, and I'm really pleased to introduce my partners here. I've had a longstanding relationship with the John Burton Advocates for Youth, which is a nonprofit in California, which focuses on the well-being of youth, foster youth after they turn 18, and getting them successfully through college through financial support and ongoing social emotional support. And that is Sarah Potter and I have worked extensively together, and she introduced me to 2 new colleagues, Carla, who is Weber Wandel from Wisconsin, and then Chris Foreman, who's a specialist, master of social work specialist in child trauma, and they were a delight to work with. I'm sorry they can't be with you today, but they were at NASFA National, which is where we started this conversation with our fellow financial aid folks. I need to do my best here to explain that this conversation is about trauma, although we won't be going deep into the what types of trauma and the complexities of it, because first of all, that is outside the limits of my expertise, and also because we have other areas to cover. So we will be touching on trauma as a phenomenon, and no one will be required to share or be called out. And it's hopefully we can move through this fairly comfortably, but if it is too uncomfortable, please do what you need to do to make yourself keep your well-being first for yourself. So with that said, what we'll cover today is just a basic definition of trauma and where and how the signs of trauma show up in our students. And ourselves as practitioners, what is our trauma exposure from years and years of listening to stories, reading stories, and understanding students' lived experiences? And ultimately, how can we turn that into action? How can we move forward in a trauma-informed mindset? And then, of course, there'll be some resources at the end for ongoing continued learning and how to keep the conversation going. So simply put, trauma is an event that happens that causes you to feel threatened, either your life or your physical integrity, or to yourself or to a loved one. And it does overwhelm the emotional capacity to cope, your ability to cope. So those are three markers of what trauma is in an academic sense. But when we unpack that, trauma can be something as traditional as someone who's gone through the violence of war, and that might, in our country, that's been one of the first topics that has allowed us to understand the complexities of trauma, PTSD, and what we used to call shell shock, etc. In the early days after World War II, etc., when we were just understanding the our emotional capacities to absorb trauma. But they can come from a variety of day-to-day experiences that you'll see on this, represented on this slides, and these are certainly not inclusive of everything that we can consider trauma. But they are some things that are systemic or individual. Something as individual as a medical procedure or chronic health problem, or as systemic as racism and the effects of racism, or system-induced trauma that we talk a lot about for foster youth. Chronic stressors, like our jobs, have chronic stress involved in them, and sometimes can exceed our capacity to cope. The impacts of trauma, you might have experienced as you're driving, the experience of a near miss, or the moment when you didn't see a car or they didn't see you, and you veered out of the way and successfully navigated, but were close to a catastrophe. And you'll remember probably rather well, with a lot of clarity, what your body's response was. The racing heart, the sweating, the shortness of breath. And all of that is a very normal response to a traumatic or near traumatic experience. But two people don't necessarily go through the same experience the same way. For instance, if you have a sibling and you've both experienced some trauma in your childhood, he or she might experience that, have a very different recollection of what that what that means to them than it does to you. Sometimes you're left scratching your head wondering how they can see things so differently. But everyone has their own personal lens. But it is true that the more trauma that we are exposed to and the more severe the event, the greater the risk of lasting impact. So I want to imagine that we're on a walk together down a new path, and we're enjoying the nature and the great outdoors. And we come to a place on the road where we notice a stick, and that stick is in our way. So we choose to reach down and to move that stick so that we can continue our walk, our peaceful walk. And upon reaching down, we realize that that's not a stick at all, that is danger. So you, as joining me on this walk, think about how you might respond during that event when you realize that it's not an inanimate object, but in fact, you are in a dangerous situation. And then imagine for a moment that children, the impact of trauma is greater because of the exposure that impacts their developing brain. And also the fact that the more exposure, the more our brains focus on looking out for threats. So the next time you're down this path and you're at about the place where you notice this danger, it's probably very likely that you would think about that again, wouldn't it be? That you might be extra cautious or hypervigilant on that walk because you know that they're in a prior moment that there was danger there. And so your body and your emotional reaction might be to be hypervigilant, maybe even to avoid the walk or that area altogether, knowing that a threat might exist. And that's a simplified explanation of how the body and our emotional makeup categorizes trauma and keeps it in our memory so that we can ultimately avoid traumatic experiences and be aware of where danger exists. So what is trauma exposure? We talked about what it might be feel like to go down that road again. And that is a somewhat simplistic definition of what's trauma exposure, which is accumulated trauma over time. And there's a quote that I think is very relevant here, that the expectation that we can be immersed in suffering and loss daily and not be touched by it is as unrealistic as expecting to be able to walk through water without getting wet. And this applies to everyone, our students and our coworkers and ourselves, that we all carry with us some level of trauma exposure, just as part of the human condition and part of the phenomenon of living. It does have some traumatic elements in every life. So the ways we are exposed, it comes from a lot of different areas in our lives, in our personal lives and work lives. But one of the ways that can cause us upset or a type of trauma that can stay with us and linger are moral injuries. And those are not necessarily physical threats like the snake on a pathway, but experiences that are at odds with your sense of right and wrong. You might have been in a situation where you've been challenged in a moral way, and that moral injury as well can be a type of trauma. So how does trauma show up? The cumulated effects of trauma over time can lead to behaviors that we witness that we may recognize in ourselves or others, or in the students that we help. And they sometimes aren't obvious indicators of having trauma. So we might be confused or misdirect our efforts when we see this type of behavior. Shame, guilt, or isolation, or anxiety, frustration, cynicism and irritability, exhaustion, inability to cope, even to the extent that it becomes a medical condition, PTSD and other syndromes regarding stress, numbness or avoidance. Are there students out there that no matter how often we reach out, that they tend to avoid the conflict or the problem ahead of them? And that might be behavior that is, I find it to be very frustrating working with students, that element of of avoidance and what that might mean. Intrusive thoughts, which should often lead to hypervigilance, back on that path again, where we have where we can't stop thinking about where the dangers are. Our attention, because we're in fight or flight mode, our memory might be in deficit because long-term and critical thinking are really impaired by traumatic events, because we stay in that fight or flight mode where we're just flush with steroids and hormones that are causing us to have strong physical reactions. There might be increase in mistakes, even physical illness, absences from class or from work. We could slip into a superhero syndrome as a result of trauma over time, or even that resentment at the never-ending needs that are facing us, feeling overwhelmed, and ultimately, and we've all heard this term, burnout, can really be a result of accumulated trauma. So now that we know a little bit more about how this shows up in ourselves and others, what can we do to help? So when it comes to working with students and working with others in the face of trauma, we can recognize that challenging behaviors can be symptoms and not necessarily poor choices. So we might not want to come at every situation in a punitive way, but more in a way that is restorative and understanding. We can listen and validate others' experiences. And that's really important. And one of the key pieces to being a good listener and being able to validate others is to set aside judgment. And that makes us more present, and we have greater capacity for listening to others compassionately. Be prepared to prove yourself over and over. And that is also something that we see in financial aid, that we're sometimes we have to be repetitive. We have to have a redundancy in our communications and in our methods of accepting information. And that's because there might be distrust in systems, back to those systematic or system-driven traumas. So we may be feeling like we need to prove ourselves, and that may actually be fundamentally true with certain students. Honesty and repetition can be the superpowers here, to continue to be consistent, be open, and not to resent the repetition, but to realize that that's part of healing and part of building trust. And ultimately, and remember that it's not about you. And so it doesn't necessarily, it's not, these types of interactions with students are not about winning or ultimately exerting more power over the student, but to move in a separate direction, which is to be more open and validating and prepared to make some accommodations, or to be open and about the way that you document, et cetera. So we'll look a little bit more at that. It's helpful to spend a few minutes connecting with students, talking about things other than financial aid, about how they're enjoying their classes, or if they're engaging on campus activities or making new friends, explaining why you need what you need, so that they know what you're asking for. Students, my experience in community college has been that students can be very reactive when you're asking for personal information, and there can be immediately defensive about that. And so knowing why, it could go a long way in helping students build that trust. And asking how they would like to share that information. If you have flexibility, whether that can be through an interview that you document, or through a written statement, or through other types of corroborating evidence or documentation. So it's really goes a long way to be flexible, and also to be able to meet our compliance responsibilities. But even within compliance, there are areas of discretion and flexibilities. Find information elsewhere if possible. It really bothers me when I see that we're asking for something in the student record that we have from prior years. And sometimes we can roll those forward, and other times, of course, we need updates. But if possible, if we have something already in the student record or even in another department, like the registrar's office, why are we asking if we can save the student that frustration and relieve them of a task? Avoid threats. That's certainly not going to be helpful with a student who's reacting from a place of trauma. This is about biology and those biological reactions that we have that build up over time, and not necessarily about motivation. So it's not time for a lecture on time management, but really about understanding the whole student, and as an individual and as someone who shares a complex background and a complex history. When there is time to reflect on processes, evaluate those processes to avoid re-traumatization. And the example I like to share here is asking for death certificates when there's a reported death in the family. That can be very re-traumatizing. If you've ever read a death certificate, and many of us have, it usually has a mode of death. And those can be extremely difficult to read when you've lost a loved one. You might not even know the true facts about that passing as a student. And so that I really encourage you to look at processes and not to think of it as ho-hum, just another document, but really what that means to a student who's lost a parent or a child, for instance, and what that might mean for them to have to ask for and review that document. It can be very re-traumatizing. Let me move to my next slide. Here we go. I want to share with you this model, which I think is really helpful. And it's called the spectrum of empathy. And you can find this online. It's, in fact, when I Googled it recently, it was the first image that came up. And it really helps understand this process of moving through from pity to compassion. And ask yourself, where are you on this scale? And it's not necessarily that we land in one place all the time, but when each individual interaction we have with people, we kind of land somewhere on this scale. And whether we're feeling sorry for someone, or we can sympathize with them, or empathize, really feeling like you know that pain. And then compassion, which is moved. And by moved, it's moved to action, right? Being moved and being a compassion-driven person really means to put your compassion into action. And that might mean reviewing your processes and procedures. And that really would be a really powerful way to put your compassion into action. So what can you do to help others and yourselves? This might be staff members or yourself, if, in the likelihood that we've all had to move through a traumatic experience or multiple experiences in the workplace. Normalize talking about trauma as a routine part of your work. Learn the skills and how to talk about trauma in a way that's not confronting, but is compassionate and welcoming, and welcoming of everyone's responses to it. Make connecting and supporting each other a priority. Build strong relationships. Have time to build community and interconnectedness in on your campus, in your departments, and with students. Practice compassion. And this was on the original slide, but I added practice compassion with yourself. We all work very hard in a very complex environment and on complex campuses. And we need to prioritize ourselves and our wellness, and not to feel selfish, but to really stand up as a model for how to do that. And when you start, it feels, like you're wearing your shoes on the wrong feet. But once you get used to modeling that, it can be a very powerful leadership message to your staff and to your students. Recognize hurt if you've caused it, or if you see it. Like Mr. Rogers says, when you begin to talk about your hurt, you can tame it, and you can better manage it by sharing, and normalizing that, being able to bring language to it. Recognize that systems make it harder, and what more complex system can we possibly work in than the systems we do in state agencies, like we're represented here in this group, and also, of course, the federal complexities and regulation that we work with, and work to lighten the regulatory burdens on students. And that's a bit of a redundancy from the prior comments about reviewing your policies and procedures working with students, but it really needs to be said that we should keep this in the forefront you know what, how do I say this? It goes beyond just good student service. It impacts student wellness, and that's really what I wanted to emphasize there. And understand that you can't fix everything, but standing with someone in crisis and through trauma is sometimes enough. Just being there, and not to try to be the superhero, but just being a good listener, and so someone doesn't feel so alone, and so they have a place to speak. I liked this quote a lot because I once heard someone describe depression as something that wants to get you alone in a dark room, and trauma as well. It wants to pull you away and keep you in shame, and that's where it really can fester and grow. And this quote, trauma said, "Don't write those poems. Nobody wants to hear you cry about the grief inside your bones." And remember, the best antidote to this, to loneliness, is to speak and to share. And that can really be a great antidote to where trauma can really run rampant. So I wanted to share some of the very many resources out there, to keep in mind that this is just the beginning of a conversation on how we might see trauma and the complex effects of trauma over time, working with students and also ourselves and our staff. So I truly appreciate this time, and again appreciate the invitation to join you. I believe there was a question about sharing, and I would be more than happy to share these slides.
Thank you very much, Christina, for their presentation. Do we have any questions or comments for Christina?
I have a quick question. And I know you say you're not allowed to be the expert, but I'm just curious. I noticed on one of the first slides it had superhero on there, and is that when someone kind of puts themselves in a traumatic situation to help and thus they're traumatized, or what does that mean?
I think one of the emotional reactions or responses to a traumatic situation is to just perhaps swoop in and try to and maybe even accomplish fixing things, but that also can leave you vulnerable to the trauma. Excuse me. Sorry, I had a call come through. Can leave you exposed and vulnerable yourself to the trauma or to further exposure. So, and it really speaks to the issue of centralizing your own wellness. And that doesn't mean don't help, but it means understand and be reasonable and about what your limits are. Because sometimes we can help to the point of causing someone to be unable to help themselves if we're not encouraging self-help and self-authorship and self-determination. So, and also caring for ourselves in a crisis. So, a lot of us have that reaction, I've noticed, and I certainly recognize it in myself. And so I think that's part of why I have felt moments of burnout when I have left myself so emotionally vulnerable that I really failed to draw boundaries for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help at all?
Yeah, absolutely. This is really, really great. I like many of our presentations, it's so interesting how things like this are tied to the student experience or the things that we do in our offices. And I haven't worked in a financial aid office in quite some time, but I do remember, you brought up just collecting paperwork and just not even thinking about, well, that's what we got to do. We need to calculate your money and not realizing something like a death certificate, how emotional that would be for someone, especially depending on how long it's been. Just having to, our former presentation was talking about, how families navigate through stuff. You may not have even known how your parent passed away, and to hand over a document with that on there, I can only imagine just how troubling that might be, and just kind of derail them, So thank you so much for this. This is great.
Thank you, Leah. Appreciate your
Ivy?
comment.
I had a question for you. As everybody knows, the country's been plagued by shootings in schools and in our communities. Obviously traumatic for all. Dallas recently, literally in the last 10 days, has had 2 seniors shot at 2 of our Dallas ISD schools and policemen. How do you address, how can we best serve our students in that capacity? Bringing in counselors is one way, but do you have any more insights to offer with all of that going on?
Well, the only parallel I can draw at the moment was that this presentation was kind of a result of noticing what it was like to come back together after COVID, and how and that's an example of a collective trauma as well, I believe. And while never having lived through anything like that, and I think that's fair to say for many of us, thinking that everyone would come back and be very joyful about being physically together again, but yet noticing our irritability with students being, not coming back in a joyful way at all, but very hesitant and fearful, irritable. There was a lot of what I would say that those traumatic responses, and that I didn't understand. And I think that I would always recommend being trauma informed and compassion driven. But in acute moments like that, I would have to say that would be so far out of my area of expertise. I remember we did lose a staff member during COVID. She worked up until Friday and passed away Saturday night. It was just very sudden, and I didn't know until Sunday, and then Monday morning we were, of course, all remote, and I was able to get our mental health counselors in Zoom with us, and we spent all morning debriefing with an expert on our collective, trauma of losing a staff member. And I would just say lean into those experts and be open to changing patterns of behavior and making. But I really don't want to step into that active crisis mode. But I truly appreciate your question.
Thank you, Millette.
First, just thank you, friend Christina. I really, really appreciate it. I'm so glad you were able to come do this for this group of people that I love. You know, I did not plan this, but the presentation we had this morning or earlier in the day was about the psychology of money and borrowing and where we come from culturally that sort of can inform that and why it's important for us to know that stuff, or at least to be aware of it, and sort of what are our own biases or, you know, in sort of ingrained thoughts and feelings about money and about loans and about, you know, things like that. And so I wonder, I was like screenshotting every 30 seconds in your presentation just to kind of, so I can think about it later. But I was thinking about, you know, we talked a lot in this other presentation about sort of, you know, we want to know these things about our students, or we want to be aware that these can be factors for our students. But I think what I found interesting as we were researching that presentation was how much your own lens can impact, you know, it is about knowing the people you're talking to, but it's also knowing yourself, and realizing what, you know, outdated or unhealthy or just invalid, you know, things that you might have. I guess what I'm wondering is how, you know, and I think you touched on it in several ways, but like, how do we, you know, students aren't the only ones that may be triggered from, you know, events or from things that happen or something you encounter or whatever. So when we are triggered, when we are, you know, our trauma response is up, you know, how do we keep that from sort of derailing us, and not, you know, not being able to serve our students well because, you know, we're not in that place. We're just not there.
That is such a fabulous question and something I've wrestled with too. And you know, I'm a great practitioner of mindfulness. And it can be mindfulness activities. I realized, you know, until I became very intentional about it, I was already practicing some of them. You know, anything from as small as I have some nice scented hand lotion on my desk. I have my little lip balm here. Little things that can pull you back into the present. Something that smells beautiful, looks, but to me, I'm, you know, beautiful things kind of ground me. You know, or a walk. These deep breath, you might have, I mean, I took a very deep cleansing breath when you started talking about school shootings, because I needed to be grounded. And so these things, sometimes they're automatic and you don't realize it. When you become intentional, you can really call on those when necessary. And you'll probably be very surprised to find out how much you do for yourself already. But to add to those and to be intentional, I think is very helpful. For instance, one of the things when I'm not feeling my most compassionate, I won't take a direct phone call. I will get a message and look into the question, be prepared with an answer, and bring myself to the place where I can attend to that issue. And so that's one thing I do for myself, that is better for students, because if it's a better me, it's a better outcome. So those are some types of things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I know you have more to do today. Millette, if this is a good idea, I'll send you the slides probably in a few minutes, and then you can circulate.
Yes. I would really appreciate that. I was gonna message you afterwards and see if we could get them. So yes, we really would appreciate that, Christina. And you know, I think I'm really grateful for. I think we did not plan this way, to have psychology in the morning and trauma in the afternoon. But I'm grateful that it turned out that way, because I think, you know, any thinking that we do along these lines is just so helpful, and so just makes us such better practitioners. So thank you again. Really appreciate it.
Yes. I'm gratified to be here, and thank you for the invitation. It's great to see you and everyone.
Thank you, Christina, and great presentation.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item. Ready? 15? Yeah. It's an update of student financial aid programs with Deshay and Leah.
I'll let Deshay go first because she's got to hop off soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to make this brief because I think I'm in between a couple of more agenda items before lunch, right? So I'm not going to make it too long. I'm just going to go over a few little items. We recently released some memos, and so wanted to make sure that you guys knew about that. We released a user access annual review announcement this morning, just ensuring that the directors of financial aid or those equivalent made sure to verify their designated user accounts through that spreadsheet that is enclosed in the announcement to identify any needed updates. If updates are needed, you're going to go ahead and complete the user access form with those revisions and then submit the user access review online verification form that's also included in the announcement. One key thing is that the online verification form is required regardless of whether or not you have any revisions to the user access. So if you don't have any user access updates to those who are on that spreadsheet, you still have to complete that verification form so we can confirm that you've actually reviewed those user accounts. The deadline for that is October 4th. So just make sure that you do submit that. It only went to the directors. So that's one key thing. It only went to the directors. That announcement was only given out to the directors. And then Heather already went through and said that we did release a draft of the 2025-26 TASFA with a deadline date of September 30th. If you had any feedback, you'll go ahead and submit that feedback online through our contact us link that was also in that announcement. Back in end of August, we sent what we call a state financial aid updates and reminders and resources. Within there, we did remind schools that you do have the ability to go ahead and start requesting all of your 24-25 funding. Just make sure that you keep in mind timely disbursement for your programs, but you'll be doing that through our grant and aid processing platform, so our GAP. We also included the fall 24 institutional calendar that outlines all of the deadline dates, ones that I'm going through right now, and then future deadline dates. So make sure that you get a copy of that and put that somewhere close by so you know any upcoming deadline dates that are going to be happening over the course of the fall semester. In addition to, we also reminded you about our nursing student scholarship program as far as the fact sheet. And then also in August 19th, for those schools who are participating in that nursing student scholarship program, we sent out initial allocations. So if you are participating in that program, initial allocations were released to you. We do plan to send out final allocations once we finish working through some additional data review, but those should be coming out later on in the fall as well. Some upcoming memos that we'll be sending out, so be on the lookout for it. As you all know, the 23-24 FAAC Cycle 3 will be opening up this month on September 18th. We also will be sending out a memo for the 23-24 State Campus-Based Report. And then for those who are participating in the Good Neighbor program, we will be reminding you about any students who may be considered ineligible, that you have a deadline date of October 15th to submit that to the coordinating board. So we'll make sure to send that information out. One of the things that we will be hosting throughout the fall are some webinars. So we've sent out more recently about 2 upcoming webinars, which I highly encourage people to register for. We have a webinar coming up on September 19th that's going to go through our financial aid database cycle 3, which is September 19th from 2 to 3 p.m., which you can register for. And so it's going to navigate through that entire process, specifically about the reconciliation, which is always a big deal for a lot of schools. That usually takes a little bit more time for schools to certify their FAD file. And then we also have one on September 26th, also from 2 to 3, and it's going to go a little bit more in depth over that nursing student scholarship program. So some really great webinars coming up. We have another one later on in the fall, November 9th or 7th, I believe. That's also going to go through our loan application processing. So for those who certify any of our college access loan or forward program, this will probably be a great opportunity to learn a little bit more about that certification process. So be on the lookout for that flyer later on in the fall semester. And then again, just quickly for some upcoming deadlines, I've already mentioned September 30th for the feedback for the TASFA. Just a quick reminder, even though you haven't got the memo out, but put this on your calendar. October 9th will be the initial file submission deadline date for that cycle 3 FAD file. So make sure that you get that in. I believe Beth had made mention during our subcommittee meeting, if you're missing deadlines that could impact your disbursement of not only your grant funding, but your loan disbursement as well. So make sure to adhere to any deadline dates that are coming up. Again, we released the fall 24 calendar, so you have those deadline dates available to you. And then also the user access annual review, like I mentioned earlier, that's at October 18th, I believe, is going to be for the user. October 4th. So just make sure to check that calendar, just in case. Don't quote me, check the calendar for all your deadline dates. And then also we do post everything on our website. So anything that I'm talking about, all the announcements, all the deadline dates are going to be posted on our Student Financial Aid Program's website. And if you haven't been on that website lately, I highly encourage you to do so. We're actually going to send out an announcement. Our agency has refreshed our website, so it has a new look and feel to it. One of the first things you will notice is we have a very new and improved expanded navigation menu. This will allow you the ability to kind of locate our Student Financial Aid Programs webpage a little easier. You actually will find it on our menu bar under financial aid. You'll hover under financial aid and go into overview, and then you'll come up with the student financial aid landing page. And so again, it's a very new, refreshed website. So if you have not been to the agency website, you have not tried to look for anything that's related to student financial aid programs, highly encourage you to just navigate through it, look over it. We will be sending out, again, an announcement letting you know about this newly redesigned webpage. We'll also be doing a little bit of training in both of those webinars that I talked about a little earlier on the 19th and on the 26th, just to get you familiar so you know where to find everything, because it is quite different than what you've had before. So we want to make sure that you guys get all your resources and all the information that you do need for the programs. So I think I did that in less than 5 minutes. So I will pause there and open up for any questions. Oh, I must be like awesome then. No questions? There's no questions. Emails later, nothing? Oh, perfect. Oh,
Tanya. I have one question from Tanya.
I'm sorry, where can you find the calendar on the website?
If it's not posted, I do know that some of the things haven't transitioned over. So we're going back through and cleaning up to try to figure out what some things may or may not transition over, but I'm happy to kind of send that out to you. But it was on an announcement that came out August 27th. So if you do keep some of my announcements that we sent out, it was embedded in an announcement on August 27th for state reminders. But I'm happy to resend it back out to you, Tanya.
Okay.
It is on the main, once where Deshay said to navigate, when you click overview, if you scroll down, again, very new look and feel. It's about midway down through the page, it says institutional calendar in there. just even our own staff and our own, I was like, whoa, where did everything go? And a lot of your breadcrumbs and favorites may have broken. So just if it doesn't work anymore, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It's just some of the URLs got updated a little bit. So they're actually the same. They just, the little mapping didn't totally work.
I just went out there and I see it says institutional calendar, but it does not have fall 24 out there. So that's again, like I said, August 27th is when we released it, but it will probably be up there by this afternoon because we are going back just to confirm what transition and what may not have transitioned during the refresh of the website. But August 27th does have it in that memo.
Thank you, Deshae.
Thank you all. You have a wonderful afternoon, guys. Thank you.
You too.
Hi, Deshae. And then I am giving a separate update. I've done this the last few meetings, and for our newbies, this particular segment is to get you updated on student financial aid programs, which is a division of the coordinating board where we focus on state programs. We focus on those loan repayment assistance programs that Maria presented on this morning. And obviously our loan program portfolio. Before we go into a policy update, I'm going to give just a very brief update. Wanted to also communicate that we do have a Assistant Director of Innovation or Business Improvement open. I think it's open for another week. And so anytime we have a role like that, we want to make sure that that is communicated. I believe it went out through the TASFA listserv, and it's on all of our web pages at the coordinating board and any of the standard ones. But if you have ever wanted to work for the coordinating board, specifically in financial aid with us, then that opportunity is out there. If you Google it, it should come up. But again, it's Assistant Director, I believe, of Business Improvement. So that was one thing. The second part of my update is, I've talked about this, I don't know how many times, but it still will be the first time for some of you. For many years, there was no policy department within our financial aid world. We have a lot of statutes and rules that we implement through resources, and we try to do our best to make sure that people are aware of those changes, but it's very difficult, just like at any institution. Anytime you change something or do something, students are like, wait a minute, how come I didn't know about this or whatnot? So in the same way, institutions and ISDs and organizations are often kind of the last to know. Like, wait a minute, why did you change that? Like, what was the reasoning behind that? So about a year and a half ago, a decision was made to create a policy team, not only to do a lot of changes and make sure that there was alignment with statute, but anytime new programs were created or legislative changes were done, that we had a team that was dedicated to that effort. So for the last year or a little over a year now, we've had a team. And so what I like to do on this little quick segment is just kind of give you a quick overview of the things that we've done in the rules. We have been communicating that out to our listserv. And so that is primarily institutions of higher education. ISDs and organizations aren't typically part of that group. So this is, again, a good opportunity so you know what's been happening. But 4 times a year, we have a board meeting, and that's where our rule changes are presented and proposed to them. And so if the board adopts those, that's when the administrative code gets updated. The administrative code is what drives the changes to our rules, or they are our rules that align with our programs such as Texas Grant. They provide the structure and the foundation for our programs on even operational pieces. So again, very, very big to keep those in alignment and make sure that y'all know when and why they're changing. Most recently in July, we had our board meeting, and they did adopt rules that were related to the financial aid for swift transfer. There was some minor modifications made. The biggest one that got adopted was the nursing student scholarship program. I know Deshae mentioned it. That program was launched and is now available. So the allocations are out for review, but those rules were adopted and they're now available online. And then we had a handful of the loan repayment assistant programs, the ones that Maria was teaching about earlier. We had some modifications to those rules as well in July. Now for October, those rules that we created for that went out for comment, and those closed out, but they have not been adopted yet. So to spare you all the details and tell you all about these rules that have not been adopted, I will not be doing that, but I will tell you that the majority of them were related to those loan repayment assistance programs. That's like the topic of the day, I guess. But most of those were to update terminology, make them more consistent. There wasn't, major changes to them, but that was our primary focus. We do have our Texas Beyond Time rules that are going to be up for adoption. If those are passed, that is going to create a methodology for a one-time allocation of funds that were left over in that loan portfolio. And if those get passed, we will be communicating that with everyone who is eligible to let you know that there's funding that will be distributed to your school. So more to come on that, but that's one of the rules that we had to implement in order to distribute those funds. So if the board approves those, then that would be effective in, say, mid-November. That's when they're going to be online and available. So anyone who heard that was like, wait a minute, we did Beyond Time. Stay tuned, and when the rule gets adopted, if it gets adopted by the board, then we will communicate any distribution of funds out to you. Let's see. January, we've spent the last 3 months preparing for the January. I know it's hard to believe, but it's months out. But the rule process can take 6 to 9 months to actually get a rule changed online and to go through the whole process. So for January, we have done deep dives, we have scrubbed, and if you're familiar with the code, Chapter 22 is all of the grant programs, scholarships, loans. And so what we did is we evaluated those to find out, are there cleanup items with terminology or anything in the rules that just don't make sense. So those will be going out for comment in October. Right after the board meeting, we actually send out the next batch. So we will be letting you know when those are available for you to review. And then if you have comments on those rules, that is your opportunity to speak up. Say, hey, did you realize that if you change this, here's the impact? So the comment process is something that allows institutions, ISDs, organizations, it's anyone, even public comment, to come in and let us know if there's something that we need to consider. Just because you comment does not mean the rule may change. It just allows for that kind of heads up, if you will, so that we can look at it and make a decision on whether or not the rule needs to be modified. At that point, then it goes to the board. They choose to adopt or not adopt a rule. And then if it's adopted, then it goes online. And then we communicate that with institutions so that you're aware and you can change any kind of paperwork or websites or procedures that you have that are impacted by those changes. So I could go on because we've planned out over a year on what we're doing, but because the legislative session is about to start, all of that could change. So for that, I'll just stop for now, but those are the 3 that we have had. So July has been adopted. October rules are up for adoption, and January rules are in October going to be up for public comment because they're going to be proposed. So if you have any questions or concerns on rules, then you can always reach out to me and I can help walk you through. But I think last time I may have shown people where to go to look at the public proposed rules that you can comment on. If you want me to do that at a future meeting, I can do that as well. I just don't want to spend any more time. I feel like we're ahead this meeting, so I don't want to bog us down. I will stop there and find out, does anyone have questions on what I just went through? I can't see hands. So.
Anyone? Comments? Yep.
Can I ask a question about the
Sure.
beyond time
Yes.
funding? So you said it would be one-time beyond time funds, and it would be true beyond time loan funds, right? Like same rules as,
No, I mean, it's just a disbursement. You won't have to, you're not going to be paying out beyond time students. This is just, says leftover money in the account, and in statute, it says that we have to, give it back to the institutions that basically gave us those funds. So we have a team identifying which which institutions would receive funding and how much, and all of that would be, it's going to go out to the schools. You'll have an opportunity to look at it, kind of like the regular allocation methodology. So you'll get that review window, and then once we're done, then we'll distribute that out, and Beyond Time will officially be
done. Gotcha. All right.
Thank you, Heather. Anyone else? Thank you, Leah.
You're welcome.
For your update. Agenda item 16. Okay, at this segment, we open the floor to the committee members. We're calling it Bridging the Gaps, Goals, Achievements, Progress, Solutions. You can ask questions to the other members. You can let us know if you've achieved something great that you want to share with all of us. If you have some new processes, the progress, anything you want to share at this point. Some great solutions that you can give that will be helpful to the rest of us. Anyone have anything they want to share at this time? No one?
We know that there's something out there.
Yes. Okay, Linda.
Okay, I wanted to share something that we are excited about. I just got a new position created and approved for my office. And we had such a hard time deciding what the title would be because it's not like a job I've ever seen. And so I think we're calling it something like Financial Aid Communication Officer. But this person is going to be, number one, over our front desk. I think we all have front desks. We know how much we depend on them. Sometimes they give good customer service and sometimes they do not. We staff ours with some student workers, and student workers, some of them are very good and sometimes they're not. And I need somebody who actually manages that, because we are kind of guilty of training them and sticking them up there and saying, give the best customer service in the world. And that's so much easier said than done. So someone's job is going to be to focus on that. I want this person to hear the questions and the complaints and the concerns coming in and make sure that we're giving good information. This other part of this person's job, they're going to revamp our forms to make them so they're not confusing, and they're going to do our publications and make new marketing materials that we can give to students and families to help them understand. And the last part of this job is we want to be a much more proactive office than reactive. I don't know about you all, but August kills us. August is so crazy. We work so many hours, we get so many questions, and we're going to do some things different. I would tell you, our TASFA students are the latest people in the world to fill out the applications. And they hand us a TASFA and they say, can you post my awards now? And that's not how it works. And so we're going to do a lot of communication campaigns, and we're going to do calling and texting and emailing, because I think you have to do all three of those things to get anyone to pay attention to you. But we're going to try to get people to apply earlier and to do verification earlier and to turn things in earlier. And we're going to try to change the culture. And I realize this is a big ask and will take a lot of time, but we're really going to try to make it so that we can get everybody to do things earlier, make our workloads better, because in August, I want to pay attention to the people who really need us, not the people who did a FAFSA last night and want to know where their awards are. So I'm excited about this new position, and I hope I find somebody wonderful, and I will let y'all know how it goes, a year from now.
Thank you. That sounds great. Anyone else? Beth?
So I don't have an update, but I did have a question for everyone on how you're feeling about the financial value transparency and gainful employment reporting. I know we're hopeful there's going to be an extension.
Yes.
And you all probably saw most recently, I think it was 20 senators signed a letter that they sent to the Department of Education. But even July 1st, 2025 doesn't feel that far away. So I just wanted to see how everyone was feeling about it. And I'll go first. We opted into transitional reporting. And we have a plan, but it's a lot of work. So
Amy?
Nauseous, to answer your question. That's how we're feeling. It just tracks with everything 24-25.
Yes.
We have some great partners in our institutional relations, institutional reporting office. And we've partnered recently with our registrar's office, who's working on our graduate reconciliation list. We're using the NSC tool to report. We're also doing transitional, because when given the option, we're not going to subject ourselves to even more headache and heartache. So that's where we're at. I think we're 15 days now that we have to complete the reporting, and the completers list is broke for us. Anyone using that is, yeah. So we're trying to do what we can in terms of cleanup, and thankfully our registrar's office was like, give it to us. We got this. They're going through our graduation file to correct that and update who needs to be updated. But what's crazy is we're finding students in that file who are reported as graduated in NSC, but on the list to reconcile and determine what they are. So it appears the right doesn't know what the left is doing, and that is really inefficient for us. But we meet weekly to try to figure out what we can, but it's a very frustrating process, and I'm praying that it does get extended, but I'm not super hopeful, unfortunately.
Malette?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all in a, similar spot. We started to use the NSC tool, and then I think came to a realization that, how shall I say this? The data that we had sent, well, it wasn't as good as we thought. So the stuff that's in NSC, we decided it needs some work. And so we opted to sort of keep it in-house for now. And I think it will be an exercise in enrollment reporting updates or thought processes to sort of get those things where they need to be, which is not a bad thing. I will tell you that I serve on the NASPA board, and we did get some hopeful information yesterday about a delay. I can't tell you the date. It is very still, but I do think the letters and the call to action and the various things that not just NASPA, but other organizations have done to advocate, the kind of, I mean, it's not, there's nothing official, like not at all. But I do think, I do have some hope after yesterday that I didn't have before. So, I don't know if that's helpful, but I told my people here, my leadership, I'm like, we just have to pretend like it's October 1st. Like I don't have another choice. Like I can't stop. We just have to keep going. And, if it's not October 1st, that means we'll have more time to make the data better. And be less, crazy about it. But, we'll do everything in our power, to have it ready if October 1st is indeed the day. So, we didn't, when the whole thing sort of started, I went to my administration and I said, I get it. You're going to tell me this is a financial aid report. It's really not. And I really, I need you guys to understand that I can't do this report by myself. They didn't believe me. And so just in the last probably 6 weeks, I finally found the right person, and it was my institutional research person. I finally found the right person to look at the data and go, well, it doesn't have this. Like this, I mean, she has this part, but she shouldn't have this part. Like, so that was nice. It was late, but it was nice. So it took a while. I started in the provost office. I went to, IT, I went to the registrar, I went to, and it just was not coming together. But I do now have a buddy in institutional research who is helping with the program level data. So because I don't know who the PT programs accreditor is. Well, I don't know. I don't care. I don't know. Or how many people took their certification? I don't know that. So anyway, so that was a real help for us. I had been telling my administration, like, if you guys can't help me with this, we won't meet the deadline. There's just all there is to it. So anyway, so we'll get there eventually.
Okay. Thank you, Malette. Scott?
So I was at NASPA's Executive Leadership Collective earlier this week. There was a representative from the Department of Ed there. We did ask him not to wait till the last minute to give us, to send out.
Oh, he's frozen. Is he frozen for you all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry
you
about
are.
that.
There you
Sorry
are.
about that. So I'll just start over. So I was at the NASPA's Executive Leadership Collective earlier this week. There was a representative from the Department of Education. We had asked him not to wait till the last minute to let us know if the reporting date's going to be extended or whatever. He did say that we should hear something soon, that they weren't going to wait till the last minute to let us know. I do trust what he said, because he told us on Tuesday that we'd hear something about the 25-26 beta testing the next day, and we did hear something yesterday. So I'm trusting what he told us.
Great. I'm looking forward to the extension myself. Anyone else have anything they want to share or ask? Okay. Well, thank you to Heather.
Heather.
Trying to find my button. Yeah, I was just curious if anybody has received any paper FAFSAs that have been processed by the Department of Education. I know we have a handful of students that we are waiting on.
Okay. Is it Cassandra?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm so excited that so I am part of the second chance for my incarcerated students, and I got one of them back yesterday. I'm so excited about that. So that's one, but which is exciting, but some of my other students that did the paper FAFSA that's not incarcerated still haven't got any feedback with them. But I've been telling everyone that when they do the paper FAFSA to do certified mail, how I did mine. So somebody signed off on something. So I got one of them back so far.
Do you happen to know when that student completed it or turned in the paper FAFSA?
So this is really crazy because they just did it I mailed them all 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I think I'm part of the second chance with the experimental, like for my incarcerated students. And so they had sent out notification to the school saying that they are going to have them processed within 5 to 7 days. And I was like, okay, yeah, right. But they actually did one of them. I sent out a group of 27 of them, but one of them has been processed out of that group. So.
Okay. Well, that's exciting.
I know.
Gabby.
I'm with Cassandra. We're part of the second chance spell experiment, or now the expanded experiment, because we're going through the PEP application, the Prison Education Program application. And I have not received a single one of them. And I know we've mailed over 100 of them since June. The only thing is, and I think I made we made an error, was we did not send it certified in the mail. We just sent the regular mail. But I mean, we make copies of all of them in case, I hear that anybody's starting to get more than just one. Hopefully we can resend them all. I guess I don't know if they'll want original signatures again, or I'm not sure. I haven't determined that, but we have not received anything. I did get an email notification from Vera where they said they were going to start processing them, but I have not heard. I have not received, and we're kind of concerned on that, because we've sent a bunch of them and not a single one of them is back. So,
Okay. Shannon?
I'm not part of the PEP program yet, but I do know of two that where my students and families submitted paper. One was in June, and one was just recently in August before school started, and I haven't heard a thing. And I don't know if they sent them certified mail. But again, trying to convince them in my community, it's hard to convince them to do them electronically just because of the community culture. And so that's been my challenge with my community, is convincing them that it's okay to submit this electronically. But out of only two, I haven't gotten anything back.
Okay.
Okay. Jackie, I'm sorry.
Yes, we got a file with about 5 in it, and those were done probably in May. And that's the only ones we received. But I can tell you one thing that we did to help get, especially the Hispanic community, to complete an electronic FAFSA is we partnered with a big Hispanic church here in Longview, Texas, and they've helped us tremendously. They've invited us out. We've talked to the parents, the students. We've assured them that we've been told by the Department of Ed this would not go to ICE. There wouldn't be any repercussions. And we had a lot of students complete electronic FAFSAs because of that.
Okay. Yeah, we have one student in particular who submitted their paper FAFSA in May, and we have not gotten anything back. And the student is unable to submit one online. They continually get an error every time they go online, no matter what we do. And they've called the 1-800 number, the 1-800 forfeit aid. They've called the number. They've sat on the phone with them for hours, and they can't get it done. So we're just kind of at a loss right now with how to help this student. We're doing as much as we can, but the semester's going by quickly.
Great. Tanya?
So we got about 27 new FAFSAs for our paper FAFSAs, which we also participate in the Second Chance Pell. We just recently got about 27. We submitted probably about 75 back in June. And we just recently got those this week. So we're excited about those as well.
Okay.
Cassandra?
Yes, and sorry, I had another question with that too. So some of my students that I see in the office, particularly like Heather just said, they're not able to do electronically. And so I've asked them to get names when they call. I've told students, and sometimes it works to call between 8 and 10, a certain time frame to block it off. And so my question is, like, right now with this one particular student, I've just been placed a hold on their account, but keeping in mind that it's getting close to them to be able to register for the spring. And so I'm really getting concerned. And so they're supposed to come back and meet with me next week, and I see if I can be on the phone with them too, and we can just kind of all do it at the same time. I'm telling them, get names, get your identification, whatever you can. But yeah, it's just like they're safe for right now, but they want to continue. Right. That's where we're stuck. That's where I'm stuck at.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Great discussion. Is that it? Thank you for participating in that discussion section, that item 16. think we tried to, make sure we have time for questions outside the agenda. And I thank you all for participating. Okay, we are up to agenda number 17. We're discussing, I need your feedback for future meetings. In this section, we are needing a vote as to keeping them virtual, or doing a couple in person, or what do you think is best for us at this time? Any discussion?
Yeah, just as a reminder, so when meetings have historically always been in person, and then COVID hit the planet. And so we moved them to 100% virtual during that time frame. But then once things subsided, we moved to a hybrid platform where 2 of the meetings during the year were in person here in Austin, and then 2 of them were hosted virtually. And then we decided to flip-flop every other year. So this year, this last 12 months has been all virtual, with the thought that we would go back to hybrid for next year. However, that's what this discussion is for, because it doesn't have to go back to that. I think that there's benefits to both. And so that's where we had this as a discussion item, because we need to confirm that in order to ensure that we set up the meetings for next year, which starts happening now. So we have to put everything on your calendars and make sure that we know logistically at the coordinating board if we're going to need to book space for those meetings and whatnot. So with that being said, I see hands already going up. This is a committee decision. Another clarification, if you're newer, the meetings occur December, March, June, and September. Is that right? So those are the cadence of these meetings. The meetings are almost always that first to second week of the month, and it's always on a Thursday. So once we get those dates confirmed, we can send those out. But this is purely to talk about, or if one of those dates falls on something is going to be a big deal and we need to consider moving that, we would want to look at that now. So I'll try and see if I can pull up the calendar, but I'll be quiet for now so y'all can talk about the whole virtual versus in person.
Hey, Linda.
I just miss in-person meetings. I feel like we've been staring at screens for so many years, and I understand both sides of the issue, and I know it's a lot cheaper for everyone and more convenient in some cases, but I wouldn't mind coming to Austin for a couple meetings. I just kind of miss seeing people in person. And I was upset that the federal aid conference is going to be virtual again. I need to get out.
Anyone else?
And to be clear, for anyone who you're thinking, well, I don't know that my school would support financially for me to travel, we would always have a virtual option. It's not that if we have it in person, you would not be able to attend. However, if we have a in person, we would encourage as many people to travel, because we don't want to book something for 2 people to show up. But obviously people who are very far away or maybe have some kind of circumstance where they can't travel, we want you to still participate. So just throwing that out there, that when we did do the in-person meetings, we had a virtual option to pipe those folks in so that they could still participate, and we would do that again. But hopefully your schools, if you wanted to travel, would support you. The coordinating board does not do any kind of reimbursement for travel. So just throwing that out there, that would be your institution or organization or ISD's responsibility if you did come in person, but we would make virtual an option for you if we need to. Jackie?
Hey, Jackie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm with the last lady. I would rather come twice to Austin and not do all of this virtually, because no matter how hard you try, lock your door, turn your phone off, if they can't reach me, they'll start calling my cell phone. So it'd be better if it was in Austin for me.
Millette.
I'm going to be the dissenting voice. I I'm a people person. Y'all know me. I like people. And I like, I absolutely believe that there is a difference in the engagement level and the camaraderie and all of that when you're in person versus virtual. I absolutely think that's true. Unfortunately, I also think most of us are in a place where our budgets are smaller than they've ever been. We have more to do and less time to do it. And I just feel as though, I'm thinking particularly, my husband works in the public schools and K through 12, and I'm thinking particularly of our ISD friends. Our discussions are not as rich without everyone. And so I think whatever we can do to make sure that our ISD friends, Debbie, people from, not colleges, can continue to participate as fully as possible. I hate for us to put anyone in a situation, whether it's a college or someone else, that, they have to start making choices about their staff getting trained or them being able to participate in this group. I feel like, if we have the option to sort of alleviate that barrier or that piece of the puzzle, I think we should seriously consider it.
Thank you, Millette. Jackie, did you have something else to say? Okay. Gabby?
I was just gonna say that I agree with Linda and Jackie about the in-person, because I like the camaraderie, or being able to see people face to face. And like Jackie, if I'm in the office, I'm constantly distracted, constantly knock on the door, I need you, or in Teams, sending messages, I need you to do this, I need you to do that, and it's just not. I don't feel like I get as much out of these meetings as if I was there. But I'm in a college, and I don't think I'll have a problem traveling to Austin. But I like that you have the option for both virtual and in person, and I go for the in person.
Okay. Jackie, your hand is back up again.
I see Cassandra though.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm supposed to do something to take it down.
Go ahead, Cassandra.
No, I just, I'm a little extra sometimes, and so I'm fine either way. Like I love Austin, so I don't mind traveling there. But maybe it's because it's around lunchtime. Would y'all provide snacks for us if we were in person? Would snacks be involved? No, I was just wondering.
I mean, based on my experience, people sometimes just bring food to share, and we can do whatever we want. Back in the day, yes, we had cookies and donuts, and nobody ate them, so I think they did away with it. But depending, we can always plan if we wanted to do something like that. I think this is more just how many people would we expect to come in person, and again, knowing which ones are in person may help. To Millette's point, like if there's a June one where school's out and you might be more easily able to get away, or if I'm just looking at the dates right now, it looks like it would be probably March 6th because we'd want to do it before spring break, which I realize is different. June 5th and then September 4th are the ones that I flagged very quickly, and then December I didn't get to, but let's see. But in the past, when we've had in person, if we got around the lunch hour, we would actually take a real lunch and allow people to go eat and get together and talk and whatnot, because I feel like that builds camaraderie and that kind of thing. So that's how it was done in the past. This is a whole new committee. We can decide whatever we want. So far, I think I found 4 people are saying that they would like in person. And Millette, I'm going to take yours as yes, virtual is your vote, but technically if you could make it happen, you'd be here if the budget allowed. So budget and personal circumstances.
Okay, I have Denise.
Or Debbie.
Hi, no, I was trying to get off mute. I would be okay with in person because this was actually my first meeting, and I was like distracted so much with everything else that was going on, like with messages, phone calls. So I think in person would be good.
All right, Debbie?
I agree with Cassandra. I'm fine either way. I'm not dealing with the distractions because in my position, I can alter where I am because my office is movable. So I'm actually not distracted. I'm at home taking this meeting, but I can figure it out if we want to meet in Austin.
Okay, good. Beth. Can she hear me?
Sandra, is that who you called on? Or Beth?
Talking about Beth.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. So I do prefer virtual. Although I do hear the vote seems to be going towards in person. So I do wonder if maybe we could consider 1 in person and 3 virtual, and then also plan to go to lunch together, plan an activity. And so in other words, maybe we would get more people who would be able to come to that one, and then we could get more out of the being together in one place, and then the other 3 virtual.
Like that.
Yeah,
Sandra?
Hi, so being from one of the ISDs, that was one of the first questions I asked my leadership, and I'll just say that they see the value and importance in this, and so they said they'd be willing to support that. And then also there are certain times of the year that are obviously a little bit busier for some of us, and so the hybrid option sounds really great. But definitely would appreciate being in person. Just I've been trying to piece together the names and where everybody is from and trying to fit that together. It's a lot more complicated to do that online, and so the in-person option definitely sounds great.
Thank you. Amy?
Hi. I also like the in-person. I'm easily distracted, and Zoom has been the death of me in thinking I can multitask effectively, and I cannot. So I like the idea that Beth even shared because I think it would give us an opportunity to get to know each other outside of a screen and just from the shoulders up, really, and get to know each other on a more personal level and network a little more. So I really like the idea that she suggested of, let's start with 1 in person and 3 virtual, and adjust the schedule maybe for a longer lunch so that we could all go together.
Like that. Okay, Shannon?
I like, excuse me, I miss seeing all of you in person, but I'm going to have to go with the virtual route, hybrid route, just because of so many unknowns in planning. I would need to have that opt out.
Letitia?
Yes, I'm okay with in-person meeting. I think I just would request that we do the in-person meeting during the summer. It would just make life a whole lot easier for me and my children, but that's my input.
Okay, thank you. And Heather had to jump off, and she is for the half and half. She sent me an email. Tanya?
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me either way. I'll make it work, whether it's in person or virtual.
Okay. Mary?
I agree with doing 1 in person and then the others virtual. We would be able to make that work.
Okay. Michelle?
I'm like Tanya. I'm just 90 miles down the road, so I can do whichever. The last time we did in person, I just used it as an excuse to go to Schultz's.
Okay. I think I have. Did we get a vote from everyone, or do we need to do this officially?
I have no idea how to do that on here officially, but
Right, I don't either. Did you
you can
notate?
say all. If there's any opposed, say nay. I guess that way we can have it documented. But I don't think everyone got to speak up. But I mean, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like 1 in-person meeting. Summer tends to be the easiest because of personal circumstances. So it looked like June 5th might be when we would have it in person. For people who cannot come in person, if it's just not budgetary or it's not going to work out, you would still be able to join virtually. Obviously, the lunch, you would not be able to do that part, but everything else we would have where you could join the Zoom and still participate. So, is anyone opposed to that plan? June 5th.
Tanya, you had another comment? No. Nobody. Okay.
I was just gonna say, I just already know I'm on vacation June 5th, and I'm the one that wanted to come in person, so I didn't know if that date was set in stone. I just wanted to say that.
It's not set in stone. I totally just threw a dart at the wall, and I'm just looking at my calendar, and the following June is the 12th. So June 12th, I know a lot of people go on vacation in the summer. That's when June starts to really ramp up on people being out. And so I think we have one of our highest absent rates in June. So I'm just trying to, if another one works better, that's fine as well. I just don't want to get bogged down, and we're on till 5 o'clock today. So I think we already have December scheduled as an FAAC. We could table this so people can do it and come back to it, or we can have people email in. I don't know what the best solution is at the moment. I don't want people to feel caught off guard and then feel like it's set in stone.
Okay, Beth had another question or comment.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to mention with June 5th, I think you would run into people with vacation plans, or because of other people in the office going on vacation. And then also NASPA is June 16th this year.
That's my birthday. So we don't want to have it on that day. Yeah, so again, the slots are December. We usually have it the first week. So December of next year, not this year, would be either the 4th or the 11th. The reason the December's tough is usually because of FSA. There's lots of reports due. It's the holidays. So I'll be honest, nothing works super well. But if y'all have March is spring break time, and then September is the start of school. So, Jackie, do you have your hand up again, or is that just yours is broken? That's okay. Just checking.
Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to table this until the December meeting, or?
Let's just make a decision on, we want one in person. I think what we could do is circle back to the next meeting to confirm the date. What we'll do is Renee or somebody will send the options for people to vote through that. And then on the next meeting, we can bring it up as a prior business item to communicate, what it is and make sure that everyone is comfortable, and we'll do it that way. But as of right now, it sounds like people are in favor of one in-person meeting with the ability to join virtually. The other 3 will be virtual for that year. And then we will send out a poll to figure out which dates work for the most people in person. And then on next meeting, we'll communicate what that is. Does that sound good?
Sounds good. Okay, the next item of discussion is the selection of vice chair. We mentioned it earlier at the beginning of the meeting. Do we have any volunteers or?
Yeah, so someone can either volunteer themselves, they can nominate someone else, technically self-nominate. I believe Scott Lipinski was interested in the position, so I will throw that out there as he is interested, and if anyone wants to support that. If you yourself want to be the vice chair, what that means is that next year you would become the chair of the committee for 1 year, and then following that you would be the past chair for another year. So advantages of that is if your term is going to end within the next 12 months, it prolongs your service on the committee for those additional years. But it also is a commitment. You have to join meetings to talk about planning, and you have to fill in for the role if the chair can't make it, which happens sometimes. So definitely a good thing to think about, but hopefully you've had a few hours here. Is anyone else interested in the vice chair And we'll be voting on this if there's more than one. Jackie, your hand's up again. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So, are we, Scott, are you still interested? Correct?
I know I should have asked that.
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay, okay. All right, all right. Anybody else? Do we all support? Okay, the nomination. Okay, now we have to officially, everybody has to, all in favor,
I don't know how
say
long
aye
I've
or hold your
Aye.
hands up. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I see hands.
in
See
the
hands.
past on virtual, what we do is we go down the attendance roster just to
Okay,
confirm.
I will do that.
It would be too hard if we
Sorry,
do all the hands. No,
but
it's
I
okay.
see all of the hands. Millette, is she gone?
Yes, good. I approve.
You
Whatever I'm supposed to
agree?
say.
Okay,
Yes.
Leah,
Yes.
Mary, Escobar,
Yes.
Heather's gone. Michelle Hill, she there? Jackie
Yeah, she said
Kelly?
yes.
Oh yeah, I see it. I hear her now. Okay, so Gabby Leon,
Yes.
Linda McKendry,
Yes.
Rebecca O'Donnell,
Yes.
Erica Ramos. She had to leave, right? Tanya Richardson Dean,
Yes.
Beth Tolan,
Yes.
Amy Wilson,
Yes.
Denise Welch,
Yes.
Shannon Crosland,
Yes.
Debbie Richmond,
Yes.
Letitia Addison,
Yes.
Sandra Moore,
Yes.
Denise Elisario,
Yes.
Cassandra Heslip,
Yeah.
and our student. She had to leave. So I think the majority is yes.
Yes. So
Thank you,
Scott,
Scott.
Welcome,
you are
Scott.
welcome
Thanks,
to the
Scott.
Thank
club.
you for volunteering.
You're welcome.
So Scott, you'll be invited to our planning meetings coming up, and so we'll plug you into that role. And then Millette has moved into the past chair roles, and then Cecilia will continue for the next additional meetings until we vote in a new vice chair next year, and then Scott will move into the chair. I think that was it. And then the last thing on this one, Cecilia, did you want me to mention the last two?
Yes.
Okay. The last two items on the agenda, we wrap it up, is that earlier I mentioned the subcommittees. And so in December, what we do is we ask for any volunteers to chair the subcommittee. It's not formal, there's no vote. If you're the current chair, you don't have to leave, but that would warrant a vote if someone else wants to do it. So for example, Heather's not on. Heather has been the chair for the TASFA subcommittee, but she may decide she doesn't want to be the chair anymore. She can step down. Someone else can be put into that slot. If Heather wants to remain the sub chair and someone else is like, I really want to be the chair, then we can vote on that at the point in December. Now, one clarification is you don't have to be voted or anything to be on a subcommittee. If you want to be on it, all you need to do is let us know, and then we will get you linked up so that you can participate. In addition, the subcommittees are open to your staff members or someone else that on your team that you might think would benefit from participating, or who is a subject matter expert. So again, TASFA, things like FAADs, things like funding processing, maybe they're your grants person. So anytime you have someone that you want them to either be able to provide input or maybe it's as a professional development opportunity, it's another thing to keep in mind. So we're not making any decisions today, but in December, we'll want to have that conversation. Another thing this does not have to be decided today, but I'm planting the seed, is the legislative subcommittee. We've had that for many years. And when we look at the type of updates that are given, it's usually in response to the TASFA organization. Those combined a long time ago. So I wanted to propose the thought that the TASFA group would provide the legislative updates on anything that they have, because the legislative subcommittee is not necessarily providing a lot of extra updates at this point. Y'all may feel differently, so that's why I want to talk about that. But as we ramp up into the session, John Wyatt is our external relations person for the coordinating board. So he comes on every time to give us a very thorough update on what's going on with the session. Sometimes we'll have, Trellis join and whatnot. And of course we have TASFA. So what I'd like to do is find out, do we feel like we want to continue with the legislative subcommittee, or do we feel like the TASFA update is sufficient along with John Wyatt's update? So that was another piece there where we're like, well, do we want to have that on the agenda every time only for it to kind of be a non-update, if you will? So I'll stop there for a second before I go to this last item. So any questions or comments on the possibility of eliminating the legislative subcommittee? Okay.
I don't see any hands.
Okay. And again, we'll talk about that. Oh, Millette, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think, we didn't used to have a John Wyatt. I mean, we always had folks from the coordinating board giving us updates, but they weren't legislative in nature in the past. And so, or at least they weren't focused on legislation. And so I think, to me, that's the compelling reason to, determine whether we need a legislative subcommittee. I also, though, think we need to be clear with the TASFA president that serves on our committee is not the chair of the TASFA legislative committee. So we just want to make sure we're clear with our TASFA representative that if there's an expectation that that person give a legislative update in our meetings, we just need to be really clear about that, because it's not traditionally been their role. I'm not saying they won't do it. I'm sure we can, the other thing we could do is, have the chair of the TASFA legislative subcommittee or committee, join for that period of time, not the whole day, but, so I think we could give the TASFA president that option. But I just don't want to put being the TASFA president's a busy job anyway, so I don't want to add that to them. But I do agree that it's probably not the best use of our time in the meetings.
Okay. Well, we're going to mark that as prior business. And so for next time, we'll talk about anyone who's interested in chairing a committee or just learning more about, there would only be two at that point if we do eliminate the legislative. That would be that operational subcommittee, the one that Beth Tolan is currently chair, and then the TASFA subcommittee, which Heather Fountain is the chair currently. So we will circle back on that next time, make a decision, and then go forth from there. The last thing I was going to give an update on is, especially for the newbies, there is a required report that you have to submit after this meeting ends, and that's whether you attend or not. Currently, it's called a expense report, and that has always confused people. Like I said, we don't do any kind of reimbursement. Usually we're not traveling anywhere. So we've decided to rename that to the FAAC meeting activity report. And the goal is to collect the amount of time that you've spent doing FAAC related activities, whether you're on a subcommittee, whether you're having conversations about the priority state deadline that you had, anything related where you're reviewing materials. And the reason is because we do have to report to our board every year. the activities and the amount of time that members have served on this committee. So just wanted to reinforce that. Sometimes it's hard to get those. And I think it's, again, partially because the name of it says expense report and people are like, I don't have any expenses. I don't need to do it. So we're changing the name and it's required from everybody. And we would love, love, love to get those in today if we can, if we send it out. But I'll have Renee shoot it out. It may even be in somewhere. Renee, don't know. That's okay. We will be providing the link for you to complete, and it just takes 30 seconds for you to fill it out. And then we'll be done for this particular meeting. And that is it. I think we're at the end finally. So Cecilia, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Leah. At this point, I want to thank everyone for participating. Thank you for being attentive and engaged. I also want to thank those that are on our live stream. Thank you for participating as well. And I move for a motion to adjourn. Denise, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Meeting is adjourned. I will see you in December.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well.
Bye.